back, everybody. What's up? Ollie, you were first. You made it. I don't see a second. I think you won. Actually, no, I'm first. I can be 0 and you can be 1. There you go. Ixie, how are you doing? Michaelanius, what's going on, man? Feels okay, feels good. Soppy, Cheese, Clan, Clyde, what's up? How are you guys? Early stream, yeah, today we're going to be ending a little bit sooner. I decided it'd probably be the best idea on days that I launch videos to also end the Twitch stream pretty much right before as well, so that we don't have to do the whole, YouTube live and then end that and then still be live here, because I know that some of you guys actually would get the notification as well, and it's just makes everything a lot more uniform, so we're doing a little bit of an earlier one today. I might stream again later, I don't know, but if I do, then it would be probably just something really small. Otherwise, though, yeah, we're gonna get some good runs on this right now. Just gonna practice really quick, and then we'll get going from there. But also, just as an announcement, also I was updating people on the community post and the Twitter, as well as the YouTube chat. So I'm not gonna be reading the YouTube chat for the foreseeable future, just because it's a lot to actually look back and forth on. Even if they're lined up side by side, there's nowhere I can place it where it's easy to actually keep up on everything, especially where people prefer to be in one chat, and then there's everyone that's obviously exclusive to Twitch. So the third-party applications I was using, they weren't working too well. And as I understand, the meta in the, in my niche is literally like people don't read the YouTube chat, they read the Twitch chat. And so this might change in the future, but it's, it was really awesome having people in there and everything. And if that does affect your experience, I understand. I think it'll be better for everybody. And we're gonna get going, let's go. So yeah, right here, just practicing the archive section where you actually have to escape the prison sequence here. I think we did really good on everything except for I was trying to do a combination of what I would regularly do for the Chandler with a melee weapon, and this build doesn't do that well because they have a crazy amount of resistance. So it takes probably double the time to kill the Chandler at the quickest, unfortunately. Whereas the melee weapon, you just wait for one single bit of magic, run up, hit him, easy. And so, yeah, this part we can probably not even use the bow if you don't need to. I'm going to be careful. I'm just going to use the bow. I don't know why he's not actually going down here. Oh, I got to get his head. That's why. And we need the game sound, too. There we go. Get wrecked, YouTube. No, it was actually really good. There's a lot of really cool people there and everything. It's really hard to read, even on a regular basis. I think that the distraction of it is unnecessary, just considering most people are used to people doing this kind of content already, just reading one chat. And that was the decision that I noticed many people made way back when I just started getting into multi-streaming. And I knew it was always an option. So I'm glad we tested both things out. I'm glad we gave everything a chance. And it might come back in the future. We might even switch to just that chat one day if, Twitch decides to cancel itself, I guess, because I know they're not doing the greatest. But, in a world where they do, we'll continue doing it like this. They just got to make some decent decisions for their user base, because the platform has potential. I've seen it thrive, so as long as it's good, then we'll keep using it. Eric, what's up, man? Damn with a B, I like that. The next attempt will be the run. Well, that's a very that's some ambitious claims there. It could be though. It's very, very, very possible. Dude, it's silly. It's silly. You can just do that. It is so silly. See ya. Agus, welcome. Also, Deus, how are you doing? Good morning. Do you become human at any point in the run? This beef jerky man, while handsome in his own way, is a bit of a sight for sore eyes. You know what's actually funny though? And this is no disrespect to like the male character in the game, but they gave the male character particularly like less clothing. And him as a human, I mean, like if we're not wearing armor, it's actually probably worse to look at for me at least. That's just my personal thing. I actually kind of like the beef jerky a bit better, but if we go human, the problem is we'll get invaded. So there'll be a lot of enemies that pop up that we don't really need to deal with, and then that also it makes certain areas different for the pace that we go through them. So Izalith, Kirk will invade, Mildred will invade in Blighttown, and I think there's another one as well. So you could totally do it. Like I used to actually do human. I used to prefer the human character, but yeah, either way. I mean, especially if you're doing the prison escape here, like you're gonna actually get put back to being hollow again, be able to be sent here. Also, I think on this save file I have the Avarice, right? Yeah, I do. Sweet. Even though the setup for this is probably even quicker than waiting, so we'll just do what we did yesterday here. I love the death animation on that. It's so funny. You blame Seath? No, it's not Seth's fault at all. No, like there's nothing to do with that. It's something that I already told you guys that it was going to be a thing that I would change in the future, like months ago. A lot of these things I've discussed, just you might not have been here when I've discussed them. So I already had a plan of like how I would do things and how I would monitor things. I usually am always experimenting with stuff on the YouTube because that's what works best to be able to learn things. So there's tons of things that will change even from now, even with regular videos and other things that are already in their own step processes. And if you know what I'm doing is working easily and it makes it better for everybody, I'm always trying to improve that. And so you'll see other things change over the future if they need to. But I've already considered all this stuff pretty early because there's a lot of people that were already doing the single chat, and it kind of brought to my attention, yeah, that might be kind of tricky to navigate both, and then all the third-party software included. It's like it doesn't always work, and yeah, I mean even like the readability of Twitch chat's way easier just with the default one. There is people that have ones that work pretty well, but in comparison, I think that it's much more streamlined. If you pay attention to most people doing lives on multis, like most regular people can't read a regular chat that's slow anyways. Like it's an ability you have to get really good at over the course of years to be able to actually have good dialogue with it, read everything, and also perform something. So 2 chats plus that, plus a run that actually takes focus. It makes sense that it wouldn't be simple. Did you miss yesterday, Eric? We were live yesterday, yeah. But it's there though. I actually, oh. Okay, this is a little bit dangerous here. We want to pull this guy to this part, I think. Yeah, because he gets one shot anyways. I just need to be very careful with, I don't want to shoot on the corner here. Yeah, so the live tab is back if you guys want to see the lives. I'm going to be actually doing something to make it a little bit easier for everyone to not get as many notifications. So we're going to unlist the live before I get off, and then uncheck the setting to publish to your subscription feed, and then relist it as public again after so that you don't get double notified. I'm going to try that today. Got out of a midterm, going to work now. I hope you have some safe travels, dude, and good luck at work as well. Sent me some songs on Instagram, Blake. I'll definitely check that out. From Vola, right? So yeah, Vola, I definitely have listened to them. I was just double checking. I do have them on the other playlist I had before. But I want those recommendations for the songs. I might actually have to like do a cover for Vola. They have pretty cool vocals. Is Hush useful? So Hush is, but I have Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring anyways. And so like I could use that if I wanted to, but I can pick up Hush pretty easily. And I'm thinking maybe for this area, because we don't actually have the ability to use both rings and still have Slumbering Ring, obviously. So our damage rings are more efficient for this guy. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to make a save state on the corner as well. That's already set up. Right. Nice. Doofish, what's up, dude? How are you doing? Also, for everyone that's here right now that's usually here later, is this a better time for you guys? I'm just curious. I'm not going to be able to stream this time every single day, but I'm very curious if it's better. Okay, can we get the lock? You know, that could work. Yeah, that works. I mainly just need to soul mass and then peek out right here.
Be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
I think maybe having another Soul Mass casted running through there might help on him. I'm not sure if it's enough damage, though. So I should still have the Spear on. I think the Spear would be good on that part. Dude, Deus, thank you for subbing for 6 months in advance, man. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Welcome. It's in the middle of the night for you either way, Dooffish. You're in Australia? Is that true? This time is better for you because that's your night shift worker. Okay, I see. 11:30 p.m. So you're able to catch the start of the stream. DJ, what is your time zone? Like, where's your location for that? It's your day off rolling. You're about to go to bed, so you'll be listening while you sleep. You're gonna wake up and be like, where'd everybody go? And then it'll actually just be a practical joke because you told us you're sleeping, and we're just gonna put a black screen on and be silent, and then blast some sort of song last second. Also, I just finished building the randomizer wheel for our subathon that we're doing on Sunday. I know I was going to share that stuff with you guys, but it was quite a list to reference because I had to go back through all the ones we did and figure out all the best things from that, build a bunch of new ones, and then I even added some more on the spot. And I think I got it to a point where everything should be balanced, where the things that happen that are really, really tricky that would derail everything, you know, are a little bit lenient to the point where, you know, you'll actually still get a fluid experience of watching it and have more fun activating the things. Because there was some that I put on the other one that literally just completely derailed the whole thing, and it wasn't a good synergy. So I was really trying to think about like how we could combine them and what the rules should be for each provision there. So the wheel is built, it's already there. I'm gonna actually make it public so you guys can download it and use it yourself if you want the same settings that I had as well on the thing that I'm using. And then the incentive board and everything I'll have ready for tomorrow, so you guys can see, because there's going to be some games you guys requested for me to play that we'll be doing in the coming, it would be, I guess, a month and a half from now, a month from now at least. So I'll put different breakpoints from games that were requested that I actually really want to do. And then just, there will be an incentive for a marathon run of some sort, but it'll have a timeline on it. It's not going to be that I attempt it till I get it necessarily, but it'll be potentially like, you know, two weeks, maybe 3 weeks of that at some point, but it's going to be a stupid incentive and I don't think it's going to be reached. So no worries with that. I want to protect myself from needing to do that, but I usually do think that would be a good incentive, some sort of run that would be ridiculous. So there's going to be different runs on there, different games for the incentives, and then every resub, regular sub, anything in general like that will activate it. And then I did put the join button up for the YouTube, but I'll be getting the perks for that already right before Sunday, so you guys have emotes and stuff like that. Even though, I mean, the chat's not going to be... I mean, you guys can talk to yourself in the chat, but I'm not going to be reading it. So that'll all be set up. And we're doing the trilogy as quick as we can while you guys screw me up on Sunday. It'll be fun. What time is it starting? I was going to start 10 a.m. EST, but I think that I'll go even earlier. If everything's already set up beforehand, I might be able to get it already the night before and just leave the computer on. Because there's going to be a lot of stuff to just configure for it. But yeah, I'm excited for that. Anyways, so this part, this is also another save state, I think, just to make sure that we're 100% on this one. What are we gonna call this? Stair drop? You want some sort of hot sauce involved? I do have hot sauce. I have hot sauce available. It's not super hot though, that's the thing. I got lucky when we did the other one because I had gone to a restaurant that had really hot, like they claimed it was ghost pepper or something like that. I don't think it was ghost pepper or whatever it is, like, or they claimed it was like really, really hot. It wasn't that hot. So, yeah. Been watching your videos on YouTube for quite a while. You love the content, the way you carry yourself in general. Just got tax returns. You figured you show some support. Oh man, I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Also, congrats on the returns there. What are we doing here? Can I maybe turn this guy around? That'd be amazing. Because I've done this with the bow before where we tried to kill him, but it didn't do enough damage. If I do that, maybe. I don't think he actually aggroes based on sound. Oh, wait, I have to take off of this. Here we go. Oh, look at that. What was that? Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay, that's a method, though. That's a method. He actually walked around the corner there. And then by the time he turns back, I think he'll be blocked by the angle of the floor, even if we escape the lever there. So let's see if that's true. Just make sure I heal first. Definitely don't want red Tearstone there. Really looking forward to watching your attempts on Liza P. Oh, Liza P for the... So we're going to be doing a run. I can't tell you what it is. It's a surprise. First one. And then I'll be practicing it, so you'll see me just playing it. And then I'll be surprising you guys with the idea. And then following that, we're going to be doing a randomizer. And the randomizer should be way more fun because I need to de-rust on the game. So next week might be the best time to start practicing it, especially if we've gotten the DS2 run by then. But other than that, definitely wanted to get this week and go back to the DS2 run if we can right before Sunday, at least once. So yeah, let's see how that goes. You're in Australia as well, DJ. Okay. You and Doofish. You're the same person, I bet. Not even two people. Okay, here we go. Walking away. And then I don't think we could be discovered after this anyways, just because we already had the ring for fog, and then we put this one back on. It might be that this guy also doesn't even aggro either. Okay, he did still. That's okay, though. Same thing. Seems a little bit more lenient, but I think that's the way we're going to do archives. And then Crystal Cave's pretty solid. Nothing wrong with that. Do we have a Seath file as well? Let me see. I don't think I do. Okay, let's continue that one then. Because yeah, Seath, there was a lot of mistakes on the PB, as you guys see on the counter there. Or, here, let me actually do this. Now you can actually get the idea. Wait, why is it not updating on the thing, on OBS? What? I've never seen that. That's weird. I actually updated my counter, had it open. Now it's the reverse. Usually I can get it to update without even having the thing open. What is this what is going on here? Asylum Demon. What? That's so weird. Dude, oh, there we go. As we're just putting 2s in the first box there. Wait, what? Oh, is it because you go one past Gwyn, it actually doesn't? That's weird, dude. So if you have an extra slot below that's blank, it actually undoes the progress for everything before that, even though it's still highlighted on my screen. Yeah, weird. We don't need Logan magic for Seath, so we're just going to run straight over here. Or we'll get the bonfire just to reset quickly. Magic first. What's going on, Leon? How are you doing, dude? You're watching Bloodborne when I was an alien, playing as an alien in the game. Oh, dude, that was so fun, dude. I really don't like the broccoli man kind of scares me a little bit. There's something uncomfortable about the Karthus milk rune, or the milkweed one. And then I've never used Cost Parasite before for anything, so like that was just me getting used to that weapon. I would love to do something kind of like that again. There's going to be some Bloodborne runs that like I had actually either wanted to start, but then we were doing something else that was pretty serious, like the hit list of it for the all content, or you know, maybe a DS3 run that's big, maybe the damage list on this, whatever it was at the time. And so I didn't do them. Fists only was one of them that's coming up, and then using only the guns specifically, like a bullet only one. And I want to try the modded cannon run too. Just have to figure out exactly how to set that up, because you can make cannon shoot infinitely and then use that from the point you pick it up or the beginning, and it's definitely a fun challenge too. And then there's the damage list on it for everything. But that would include Chalice Dungeons, so that's going to be a really, really interesting thing. And most of it's going to be learning Chalice Dungeons, because I haven't beaten them before. Actually, do we even need that lightning spear here? No, we're good, we're good. Okay, so I'm going to fall off here once. Symbol of Avarice, and then we're going through this part. This golem has crazy, crazy defense, so there's probably no chance of killing him right this second. I do want him to see me. Down for anything Bloodborne. Definitely be tuning in for that. So that's going to be coming up soon. It's just everything's been kind of on the back burner at the will of DS2. It's like basically, is the DS2 run going to happen? Really, really want to get that one. That one, I have to admit, that will be probably rivaling the difficulty of the base level damage list on this for any percent. Like I thought it was going to be just like a little bit easier, but yeah, there's a lot more that I learned, and I'm like, if we had gotten it before, I don't know if it would have counted as me fully grasping it. I think it would have been like maybe 80% there in terms of like how much I would know about it. Okay, I think we got a little too close on this one. That's completely fine, because I could literally kill him. But does he have good defense? Not really. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now we just run through everything. Easy. Yeah, killing him might be smarter than even making them move, because then this guy doesn't even do anything. Them chasing is perfectly fine. It's just the Soul Spear on Seath now, so that's going to have to be Great Soul Arrow and the Heavy Great, which is also okay. All right. We can make the save here. Switch the rings in the fight. See, it's like, where are you? Over here. Like, I want him to get very, very close. Be able to justify Soul Mass, like, incredibly. That still doesn't even do anything. That's great. That's funny that that works like that. Oh, that was a little close. We probably want to go on the inside for that anyways. Oh, yeah. Dude, why? Okay, Maybe, you know what? We're going to fight Seath normally. We're going to fight him exactly how I would normally do it. We're not going to try to get him with big damage right off the bat, because I find that more difficult. I think that scenario was something that could have happened last time that didn't. And we had him rotate before. He was like, I'm going to put the magic in the exact same spot. Typically, you want to be far away, then go in. But I was in every spot, and he put it in the same spot. So that's not really following the same way I would do it. So let's try the regular method here of just having him farther away. And also, him being turned around is actually pretty good here, too. So now we have a lot of space. Just miss a little bit of damage right off the bat, but that's okay, though. Do a couple of these. Is my intelligence level lower on this? I think it is. That was still hit from pretty far. And then mid-range seems really good, because then we can bait this attack, run in, and then get more, and then just repeat that. It's funny how bad Soul Mass is, man. Hey, we had a DS2 happen. Magic hit behind us. Yeah, so with Soul Spirit, that'd be even easier, but that's great practice. I think that's enough. I get the idea of what we're doing there. We're even safer in the distance we would normally be waiting in. You can actually attack in that distance instead of having to miss out on DPS before he attacks. That's good. I'm gonna go over Gwyn, because Gwyn, I didn't have the RTSR set up. This one has all the stuff on him that we need. And he's pretty simple. I think I do have a Four Kings file as well. Yes, I do. Okay.
So the world might be mended.
Right.
Hey Squilla, love your streams and the overall positive vibes.
Oh wait, dude, Crystal. There we go. And better. Okay. Wow. Bare hand parry. So maybe sometimes he can actually. That was still okay, but like maybe some. Oh, I did the double shot before. That's what it was. I spammed it back to back when he got staggered. So we're gonna have to see how that will work. Carnage, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, man. Cletus Cassidy. Love your streams and the overall positive vibes. I appreciate that, man. Welcome. Welcome to using a bare hand to parry Gwyn because you didn't have the shield on the file that you were gonna use anyways. Which I think bare hand's 7 frames. Something like that. Yeah, so he can sidestep there. It's actually hilarious that dude. Man, like look at the dangles on Gwyn are getting silly though. Like, dude. Oh my god. Here, let me try again. So he can sidestep the double then, which might mean, let me check my intelligence level on this one. I think I just need the higher levels overall. This might have not been set up that well. 50, oh, 53, okay. And then the rings are good. So this might need to be changed a little bit. Barehand parry again. Oh, it's just, okay, so when he does the medium attack, like it's almost guaranteed if we're really quick. We might just have to run in there sooner on both of them so that when he's over us, we're more underneath. We're not as far away. That could be the thing there. Yeah, that's what it is. That's all it is, okay. It's got to run way sooner. Like, it's, you don't have that much time to set up. Even that's really funny. Okay, saving it. Saving it. No. Okay, I should have rolled back more times. Like, I have the save on lock. If I fumble anything or it doesn't do enough damage, I definitely have it in my pocket. It's mainly just a double roll, or if I hit a boundary, because we're near the wall, try to immediately just get like a side roll or a diagonal roll or something, and then get a mid-range, because like a lot of the time that's what he'll do. Well, all the time he'll do that if you're at the right distance, but it's a little bit harder in the opening there. Okay, so that one was like a slow setup too. And again, you can't take the Soul Mass through the Fog Gate. It gets deleted essentially. So just spam the button on this immediately. Boom, and then run. Yeah, I think that even having more damage on that, it's so variable that like you could have him have like a good solid chunk left, or even just a little bit like the first one we did. So I don't know if even the crown would, 20% from the Dust Crown would help there, but might be the only thing I would consider it for, just in case if you didn't want to do it as fast. But I mean, that's not too tricky. And like we could try the rolling method too. But yeah, let me get one more. And we'll try the roly-poly. Try the roly-poly with regular Soul Spear. Wiener? No, you're not late, dude. That would be scary. No, I just started not too long ago. Welcome, man. Alright, roly-poly, let's see. Roly-poly's also really good. Oh, dude, roly-poly's great. So yeah, that's super viable. That's exactly the same thing with the Soul Mass there. You can get roly-poly and get the Soul Mass. No problem. Okay, well, that's good. And then Quelaag Stagger, like, I understand it and everything. I just know that sometimes she's going to jump right away, so you have to get into it. I don't think we're going to go for it on this, because Quelaag's so easy for me that I don't need that method, but for anyone that does, I'll practice it a little bit more and put a comparison in the guide that I end up making from this. Or we'll literally just do an alternate version if we get it very soon. So, what other problems were there? Let's see. So we had the boulder getting Logan, that's fine. No big deal. And there's a Cobra that I punched by accident when I fell that I should have had Soul Mass on before the fall, and I should have used the spear just to be safe. So that's one thing. As well as I should use the spear running up the stairs and the spear on the ghost in New Londo as well. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then Ingward, everything's fine on that. Run to 4 Kings is good. On 4 Kings, just, I mean, I could homeward bone if I want to, but if I get the purple attack, just be very, very careful with the horizontal swing backwards or the diagonal backwards or behind them. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. Cucho, thank you so much for the raid, man. How was your stream today? What were you playing? I'm gonna name the character after you, Akucho. Anytime someone raids at the moment, we have to do that. We don't really get raided on the character screen that often, though, I'll be honest. Like, that doesn't happen too much. Yeah, thank you so much, man. Anyone coming in from Kucho's stream, we're doing sorcery hitless on DS1. I typically prefer melee. And also, like, we just did a run on this that's, like, literally the exact opposite of how simplified this one is with damage and just all the things. So this is, like, me trying to get an easy hitless run. It's still very different than what I'm used to, but definitely adjusted to it at this point, I think. And we're also going to be making a guide from it. And I'm going to be teaching my buddy and also one other streamer, hopefully in the future, how to do it and see how well they learn, how quickly they learn it. I also have a bet with my friend that's going to be doing it. So you guys will see there's going to be like essentially incentives that will be revealed later for if he gets it in a certain amount of time or not. They're going to fall on both of us. Oh, this is the good song. This is the good run start song.
Regretted.
Oscar, don't die, dude. You can't die. The base. It's got to keep you alive, man. It's like it's like we tried rushing him to the ER. The only thing that made his heart continue to beat was the base. It's like, and also Estus as well, but he gave it away to the Hollows, so now he can't drink it. So he's thirsty. Oh yeah, and Catacombs as well. I think there was one other situation. I think Soul Spear should go through the wall for the one skeleton, but if it doesn't though, the jumping attack with the spear, I just gotta make sure I confirm the kill there. Like a regular soul arrow that's quick. And then, yeah, from that point, I think we're good on Catacombs as well. There was just a little bit of funny things there. And then from that point, for 1 second, I can cast Soul Mass, run through the other areas, see how much of it I can keep active. Hopefully it kills the Necromancer. If it doesn't with Bellowing Ring, then I just have to make sure I'm pretty quick with him. I could also use the spear on him too. And we got the bonfire last time, even with that being kind of scuffed, so I think we're fine on that too. There's one other issue. How many new things would you say you learned from a game when doing a run for it? Oh, it varies, man. It could be anything. Depends on which game, how much I played it, what the run is. I will say that there's still so many things to learn about all these games that's also a big part of the fun of playing it still. It might not seem like it, but there's quite a few things I've learned. A lot for DS2 actually lately, and it has nothing to even do with the optional content, just the way the game functions. And so it makes the experience of playing it like a completely different perspective. I think that's why I also enjoy it a lot more now. Whereas, you know, on this one, I think a lot of it is just like just being smart with like how you do the casting so that you don't have it go over someone's head. You don't have like an input read sidestep. You don't have like a bad cast time to do a follow-up. That there's a little bit of that, just with how specific the run has to be. And then trying to think of what else. I guess, yeah, Soul Mass, I had to get used to, you know, how you use that as well, and just making sure that you're always managing everything a little bit more meticulously. I like to kind of just be more freestyle on stuff, or at least even the methods that are repeatable that I have, it's like they're way more in the freestyle nature. So this run is definitely way more uniform, I guess. Soren, we're doing a sorcery hitless right now. Also welcome. And Rainbow, what's up? How'd they get to the asylum? That's the really good question. It's kind of like here. It's like, how did we get here, man? Do you remember? It's like, I remember being born. It's like, no, you don't. It's like, okay, maybe you do a little bit, but like, what happened before that? It's exactly this guy right here. Except for he's a little bit more capable right off the bat. He's not a baby. But in spirit, though. Ever finished the strength run on Elden Ring? Yeah, it's the upload for it is going up today. And then on the second channel, I'll be putting the full version on probably in a couple weeks or so, maybe a few weeks. There's still some other things going up there too. So yeah, there'll be the launch for that today, and then I think in 2 days there'll be fists only for DS2, the full thing, the full 12. I think it was 13 something hours. We cut it down to 12 hours. And yeah, there's plenty of stuff on the back burner for the main channel too, and a lot of other things that we're going to be doing soon. But yeah, that'll be at 4 p.m. EST, so in 5 hours you can watch the edit for the strength run. Blue drakes and their tail wing hitboxes. The tail one's really bad, actually. I don't like the tail hitbox at all. The wing one is a little charming, like I'll let it go. But the dude, the tail one, they're pretty flat. Like the tail itself is just like very flush to the ground. So it's funny that it does what it does. At least it doesn't completely eat the running animation. Like the thing with collision in DS2 that really is frustrating is it literally doesn't let you do the input. It stops, it deletes your run. Like you run into the object and you can't do this. This is like you just stop. And then to get started again takes a while because then you're almost kind of like stuck on it like glue and you can't turn. So you have to completely back up. And then we already know pivoting in that game's crazy too. So like it's just like a crazy intersection of all these bad things happening just because the collision eats the movement. So at least they're not as bad as that, right? If enemies had that, that's yikes. $4 p.m. release, bro knows the algo. It's not even the algo. I do check, like, you know, and you do analytics and stuff, you get to see the peak times for like every single day of the week that always adjusts based on, you know, your audience's frequency. So like I have that data on how you guys, how much usage and what times for across the whole board of active users. And you do sometimes want to do that. Sometimes you don't want to necessarily just not upload something if it's smart too, you haven't for a while, or maybe there's a really important thing that's timed. So I have done uploads at times that don't make sense, and they're some of the most popular ones because the timing of what the subject was huge. So I would say, yeah, for regular stuff that's more frequent, then definitely pay attention to the actual frequency of the user base across the calendar. But there's so many other things that go into like the actual like perfect upload that it's like, it's actually funny. It's like a whole science on its own. But that's been really fun to learn over the last couple of years. It's actually cool, like, to know for me too, when like if I go and I try to get advice from like one of the channels that give you advice on that, and I know more than they do about it, it means that I'm doing a good job of, you know, the things I'm teaching other people too. It's usually the standard. So it's hard for me to find information that I don't already know more than now when it comes to just anything you could freely find. But that's always a thing that's changing too. You always have to continuously keep studying that. That's why the experimentation's good. Goodbye. Black Knight Halberd, maybe? No? Maybe? No. Ah, it's okay. We don't need it. Running through them is safe. That looks crazy. So you actually have to do that. You don't have a choice. We don't have any damage to kill them, and Red Tearstone is used right away. So on every single run that's hitless, everybody does it that way. The variations are that they can turn their necks a little bit more towards you or less towards you or wait to use the lightning and even bite. So typically the one on the right is more less experience on this one. Picked the night class, and then I was fat rolling through the berg, and I was like, wait, there's different, like you can move quicker. I thought the game just felt like that. I was like, oh, there is actually like, and then medium roll was really fast to me. I was like, oh, this is like so light. And then I realized there's a light roll, and I was like, oh my god, like it was just blowing my mind, man. That definitely sped the game up a lot, like in terms of just even progress too. First Berserker, no, I haven't tried that yet. No, I might put it on the incentive list for the games for our subathon that we're doing, just because there's a lot of games you guys requested that are Souls likes. There's some indie ones. There's some that have already come out for a while, and at least to give them a shot, maybe not complete every single thing in them, but to at least give them a shot. I think it's worth putting them on a like an incentive board. We're looking pretty good on this one. Give me the backstab. He switches sword. More than safe. There we go. We got a little bit more space. One of the reasons, again, I wouldn't soul arrow those guys is mainly because they can input, read, and jump as well. And if they start to move and you already did it at the wrong time, it'll go over their head. So you'd really want a good spot for that. I think the one with the crossbow would be probably the one you want to go for first, but just permitting that the other one doesn't get close. Why is dagger allowed in a sorcery run? So I'm not actually doing sorcery only. I'm trying to make the easiest zero hit run you could do. And then, so this is my version, but I also practiced over the last couple days, just alternate versions of things, because I'm going to be teaching this run to my buddy. And there's one other streamer also that wanted to do it as well. And a third one that we talked about it, but they were just in the middle of a move. So they were saying like once they are all situated, they're down. So there could be 3 people actually on board for this one. They've all played the game. They've never done anything beyond Deathless for my buddy, I think is the biggest thing he did. So he's like just in the money for this one. The next thing that you'd want to do usually. And I think he'll learn it really fast. But this is not sorcery only. This is just an easy hitless run with sorcery, because sorcery is very strong. Okay, for firebombs, we ended up actually saving quite a few. The last one, 35. I keep changing the amount, but I'm accounting for things that we could have go wrong, and I think having the extra is fine, but definitely no more than the 40 to 50 range, because then we won't be able to get all the stuff we need. It's cutting it close. Are you a fan of syrup, and have you ever attended a syrup festival, like maple syrup? Yeah, maple syrup's pretty good. I've never been to a festival for it though. Definitely, I know that between the amber one and the dark one, the dark maple syrup is pretty damn good. Like the flavor of that is notably better, in my opinion. He doesn't have a mana bar. Never played a sorcerer. There's no mana bar in this game. So sorcery, that's why also it's really strong. There's no actual resource for it other than just an amount of the castings you can use. And then there's a ring to double the amount of castings at half health, but that doesn't matter because as a sorcerer, your damage is so good that your health doesn't matter in a lot of cases once you get decent. That's funny that he's trying to shoot through the gate, but there's no open slot for it. Oh man, one day when they have the hitboxes of Sekiro, that gate will be, they'll be in the remake, remaster, and those little squares will work. You beat the game multiple times, didn't notice that? Well, if you haven't played as a sorcerer, like there would be no way to know. Like maybe you would assume that the bar shows up if you spec the stat for it or something like that. But yeah, like I think that the bar is a better mechanic. Also, that Boulder Knight's pretty quick here. It's the quickest we've seen him. I actually did it really fluid. There's that arrow too. Is he gonna make it all the way here? Let's see. I know he can go up to like this part. I've never seen them go to the bonfire though. Oh, also I gotta do the segments, so we're on Gargoyles now. Also, for anyone that is, I can't even say just on the Twitch chat because obviously, well, yeah, the YouTube is still live as well. For the Twitch chat particularly, there's an ad coming up in 1 minute, a 3-minute ad break. We're running them in blocks so you guys don't get pre-rolls that are force that you have to watch when you join every time to make the experience a bit better. From what I have heard from a lot of people, it is making it better. So it's coming up in 1 minute. I'm open to changing it back to what it was before if everyone agrees over time that it's not, but it seems a little bit less intrusive. So if you want to take a break or anything, come back. It'll just be 3 minutes. And then, yeah, it's starting in a minute. And that's every hour. And then I'll try to time them better with my breaks from now on, too. Like, I could just force them. I keep forgetting before I get up to just click the button so that it, like, delays the next one. So if one hadn't played for a while, then, yeah, I got to do that. Oh yeah, you can buy multiple copies. That is actually a really, really powerful thing too. The fact they don't like deny you from buying multiples and stacking them. The ones that you acquire though off the ground, I'm pretty sure you're limited to just one per playthrough. But I think you can even stack them later if you do multiple playthroughs. 6-pack of my Sullen Arc 7. So it's not guaranteed or anything like that. I've gotten offers for it over like countless times and everything. Probably like 30 interested buyers over time, and then like 2 offers that were like double what I paid. But it's one of those things where for me it's more about like who actually owns it and then all that. So I'm open to selling it, but it's not something that like it's guaranteed because I do love it. How'd I come into something like that? There's a guy that basically acquired it after the first person that imported it that was going to do a track build, but they didn't have the time. He acquired it. His wife said he had too many cars. He was doing a bunch of projects himself. I think he had like 5 cars or something like that at the time, and then he was like just never driving it, and then I got it for a good price, and that's how I came into it. But it was one of my one of the unicorns. That and the NSX are my the NSX and the 911 are the 3. They're like the all-time coolest in my opinion. Yeah, I can't guarantee you I'm gonna sell it, but we'll see. I mean, eventually maybe someone else is gonna have it, obviously. At some point, it will stand the test of time. It's still pretty fresh. There's like no rust on it at all. Not super high mileage on the chassis either. So. What is going on with the dog here? think he's stuck, which that kind of sucks, man. What I can do is I can wait for him to move again, but we might have to go back to the ladder really quick. Let's see. Yeah, he's just getting stuck there. Okay, that's good. That's actually better. He walked perfect. That was really good. Wasted quite a few arrows, though. So I might actually want to grab arrows from Undead Merchant in case that happens. And then, we're going to get the pacing. So pacing for him, but then the route of the second dog is all scuffed now because we delayed all that. There we go. There he is. And then we're going to wait for the pace to go and do a rotation backwards so we have the leniency here. Oh, never mind. He went for it. Sweet. Okay.
Down.
Oh, pati pop. What are you trying to do with the bow? So the dog that's in the alley down there, it hears the sound cue and it walks to the wall, so we have just enough space to run into the corner and then use the fire to kill it. That's the idea. Taking a break with the ads as a streamer is low-key goated, not gonna lie. Keeps us from missing out, and a break every hour is good for your health. Bugs, yeah, so I can't do the break for every hour, man. That's just not me. So I take the L's on that, but I think like 1 every 2 is something I could eventually get used to. I'm very momentous, so I need momentum to do my best. And so anything that cuts me out of that is just, it's not good if I'm in the flow. But I'm definitely getting better at that over time. I also don't really, like, there's nothing I can do during the break that takes up the time that's needed other than, like, you could stand, but I could also, I have a standing desk. I could just, like, the only thing would be I want to be walking while also playing, so I need the desk treadmill, and that is something I'm going to acquire. So there's someone that sent me a pretty good link for one, and there will be a desk treadmill implemented this year, and I'm not going to use it for runs all the time or anything, but especially for practice and stuff like that on those days, or if we're not really like going for crazy attempts, it could be a cool thing to implement. And then I just have to have something to rest my hands on for the controller. So I'll just make a setup with like a pillow or something and just walk with the desk treadmill. But yeah, I did the standing, alternating, and sitting. It actually didn't really do anything. Standing statically is not good either. So it's like you have to do both plus walking for it to be the biggest impact. And the angle of your legs also has to be a certain way if you're sitting too. Alrighty. We're going to go heavy soul arrow and then let's pop the other souls.
All right. May we meet again?
Yeah, like I 100% understand what you're saying. Like I agree, you're right. You are correct. Do not dispute any of that, but it's just for me is it's very hard to especially take a lot of breaks on a run where we're already doing it very quickly, like the length of a short movie sometimes a regular movie, sometimes a long movie. It's not incredible. You'd sit through that anyways. And yeah, let's see. So great soul arrow. Yes.
All right. That'll
do. Death Treadmill's interesting. Been thinking about that yourself. Yeah, Tomination time. He's the one that he has a fitness stream. I remember randomly just someone rated him that I watch that plays games, and I was watching him do the Death Treadmill while he's doing his chat and everything. And I asked him how many steps he was getting and just how like he, you know, how it affected his experience. And he was like saying it was great. So for me, while I'm writing scripts and doing other things, that would actually be key, because it's kind of tricky to just stand with my laptop and do that, or even on this desk. Like I could just stand, but again, standing still statically is not the greatest either. There's other issues that can happen. So I definitely I like the idea of the desk treadmill for any kind of back end work here and there, at least half of it. Okay, Toon Magic. Let's make sure we could do this properly. So heavy soul arrow will be the last. Great soul arrow replacing regular one. Red Tearstone's already there. This shield's fine. Chandler in the window here, so don't run. If the Chandler doesn't fall down, don't run immediately through the hallway. We can't do that anymore. We'll have no-hit walks and maybe someday no-hit actual runs. I'd love to see it. I mean, dance pad in the fit ring is already similar to, like, you definitely get exercise while you're playing for sure. The drum run as well would be a little bit exercise. It's perfect. No shield. Yeah, one on them and then switch back to regular ones for these guys. Minus the boulder. Minus the boulder. And I guess this guy too, the Bernicky, yeah, I forget. So mainly just use regular soul arrows for the little guys and the first dude, is what I meant to say. I think that's the smartest way to do this. Okay, let him catch up a little bit. He's gonna backpedal. He's doing the overhead. Nice backpedaling. One, oh, heavy. Heavy with the backup. Okay, the spacing was good there. That was actually really crispy. That was scary crispy, but I would say that was a minor mistake with spacing. I mean, obviously it worked, but if I didn't pull back while casting, because you can kind of do a fade with the heavy solar, that was actually very close. What if linking the fire actually meant lighting a cigarette for Plin Plon Man, therefore everyone living in peace and eternity? Well, then we would have the plot of Dark Souls 4, and we would just skip through the trilogy right to that. And it would be quite a time. 0.1 millimeters. It probably wasn't as close as it seemed because we couldn't see like the side view, but like it definitely was at that point where you're like, okay, wouldn't have gotten it unless you actually moved while you're casting. Perfect, because so him chugging there gives us the regular soul arrow opportunity. Okay. Oh yeah, we can do the lean. Oh, feeling it. Look at that. Dude, angles. The Hollow Parade. When I was a young boy. A young raisin. When I was a young raisin. Fell off. Perfect. Ironically, the setup of falling down in here actually would be way better. So it sucks the Chandler would be so resistant to magic. At this point, killing him probably isn't even smart on this run. So it is kind of nice. Unless we use the fire bombs, I guess. Yeah, fire bombs would be okay. But falling off of that bigger area would probably be a better setup. Only risk is if you landed in the wrong spot, the boulders would probably start chasing you. Didn't realize you're into cars. You sold your FC last year trilogy. My buddy that's actually helping with the rebuild, he actually has, I think he has 2 FCs right now. And he's thinking of getting an FD, so maybe he'll be the one to get mine. But he works on all that kind of stuff. I've seen like, he's got a lot of S13s, 14s, a GTR that was like just, it had the Millennium Jade original paint and everything like that for it was the R35, it wasn't the 34, but it was built like for drag and everything. It was really cool. Seen tons of stuff like he had like a Evo 8. And then there was, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's some like Mopars there too. What's an FC? It's the gen before the FD for the RX-7. Yeah, that's amazing though. FC must be crazy. I've seen one there in the city I used to live in. There was one that was red that I saw one single time, and then there's another one on the highway actually, actually closer to where I am, that was black driving at night. So I've seen two of them there, or I guess around, you know, my surrounding area. And I only got a really good look at the one that was red, but other than that, yeah, the JDMs are a little harder for like the rare ones. I think there's a GTT that has the Skyline, like the R34 kit, like a V-Spec type of kit, but it's just the GTT that's been kind of converted. That was red also in the other area that I was in, and it was really clean. I know some people don't count those as real, but I think they're awesome too. Love to save up enough to import a Skyline. That would be amazing. Or would you go with the like an older one, like a 32 or 33, or are you gonna do the big boy? Because it's probably the best way to do it now with the inflation for everything, especially around the 34 as well. The only problem is importing directly. There's a lot of people that get screwed on it, so you have to be going with a really good importer. Fake ones are better, same card but cheaper. Yeah, it's kind of like I had a STI swap in Japan specifically, so it was like the rarer block from that time from the STI, and then the chassis was just a regular bug eye, and like that was just as fun as an STI, like just over here as well. It was technically better. It's a better motor, that one, but yeah, there's like a lot of times you could just do those kind of swaps, and like the sleeper stuff is pretty damn cool in my opinion. Alrighty, let's go with Heavy Soul Arrow right off the bat. Prage in chat. That emote. Oh, of course the pivot there. Okay, wait. Oh, god damn it. Shouldn't have rolled back. The rollback was the mistake. That's okay though. We will keep this one going. So there was a couple problems. Like I probably wanted a flying attack that wasn't the two-hand anyways, but we could have gone off of that. Rollback still was safe, but I couldn't have attacked anyways, just with the placement and everything. So we got to go and maybe even back him up the other way. The only problem is then you're going in the direction where the other gargoyle spawns. So it's the one issue there. Learn to drive on your dad's Impreza GTT. Interesting. That's that'd be cool. It'll rarely be as perfect as you imagine when importing. Yeah, you'd have to have like someone handle it for you that actually like cares about it, not just the company, but like you'd probably want someone living cross seas actually checking it themselves that you trust. Secret snipe spot. Let's see if we can do the lineup right here. There's gonna be one that turns the corner. I heard him fall on the left. Yep, there we go. A little bit late, but that's fine. Got a Cayenne recently? You've been having so much fun. Oh, nice, nice. That's cool, dude. 400 wheel horsepower, massive speed 3. Oh, the speed 3s can be ridiculous. I had a buddy that built one of those that it was silly, and then he wanted to do a like a full swap on his Genesis, and I don't know if he actually got it done fully. I remember the last time I talked to him, it was in the process, but yeah. Oh, they don't have a cutscene. Okay, interesting. Okay, we're gonna actually redo this one, but let me see if I can get the setup on him. We're gonna practice this for a second. I didn't know that they, like, when you rerun it, they're immediately there, because we never rerun it on a run, right? It's always a save state or a quit out. And then even in the quit out, yeah, just, that was really quick. Oh, probably better anyways. We want this attack to land like that, and then just see from here we're good. Even that's nice. Like, that's just literally effortless there. Okay, before they're actually dead, let's rerun that a few times. Because I think we can definitely make it late game with no mistakes. We got 6 heavies left. Okay, here we go. So I'm mainly just waiting for the animation that's the flying one that's slower, or something with the tail, something where there's a pivot without a backstep particularly, which is a lot of stuff. This is even good, even though, again, looks sketchy. Yeah, extra space, still hits midair, he does that, no problem. Move forward on the bottom, and then back to back, no problem. Okay, now I'm going to load the actual save file I had because I don't have enough of the arrows left. Yeah, there's quite a few different ways you can do gargoyles with that, but it's got to be handled very, very carefully still. More than I thought. Where is the file? I don't see it on here. Interesting. Was it easy, maybe? That was the thing. Easy Gargs. Yeah, there we go. Didn't know RTSR was 50 damage increase. Yeah, and it actually it scales things. That's when we were trying some other stuff. That hits pretty big too. I don't know. I don't think you could really finish the fight like that easily. Oh, that actually still works too. Yeah, it doesn't get staggered from this one. Unless you shoot a bunch, I guess. That would have been it. That's just a little bit too tedious to do those ones. I think we want the bigger damage. All right, let's rerun it again. So I'm only going to go off of the flying attack from the landing just to get a really, really good back-to-back start. And then if it breaks at all, we'll set up again. We'll get something good. If I need a homeward bone, I'll get a homeward bone ready. And have the fire bombs ready. Gargies. Uzi, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it.
The lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Become withdrawn from the vessel. Hope you enjoy your motes, man, and welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Which Dark Souls weapon would be most min-maxed? Min-max for real life. Something that you could actually use. Like, a lot of them would be too heavy. So, probably just like a basic, like maybe the Silver Knight Straight Sword. Considering if the rules of the game apply, you can actually apply an effect to it. So it's way stronger than it is by default, and a regular human could probably pick it up and swing it. I think that literally would be it. Even Black Knight regular sword is still heavier than that by a bit. It's not as strong with combination of buffs. So that was the weapon I used for the permadeath sequence. We went from new game to new game +7 without dying on it, and that was always the best weapon for that. So I would pick that one. Anything I'd like ideally want to pick, there's no way in hell like someone would even be strong enough to even hold it for a second. I'm stabbing you in a place that doesn't exist. What the hell? It's like underneath them. You have 8 strength in real life. I'm sure we all probably have something similar to that in respect to the character. The potential of, you know, how strong you get in this.
Strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
How's it going, Squilla?
Funkeldorf, thank you for the 75 months. Welcome back. It's going pretty good, dude. You made it for the beginning of a run. How are you? How's it feel to be resubbed for that long? What's your experience if you had to give feedback in one statement? The increase of Red Feather Branch in Elden Ring? 20%. And then it's so 20% is the red Tearstone effect for DS2, 3, Elden. And then Bloodborne, I actually have no idea with the Chalice rune because I've never actually gotten it before. I don't know what it does. But they seem to just learn the lesson after this one. And then in Demon Souls, they did it in a way that was, I think, more justified with how strong you can be because there's 2 separate items you need and they're not actually acquired in the same place. Or around the same time of gameplay. So I think that the 60% you get in combination with that is somewhat justified because it's separate. Like maybe, you know, again, RTSR was 25% in this. And then there's a weapon that you could get like Morian Blade. You get the other 25. But for it to be, yeah, all in one ring, it's silly. Oh yeah, favor and protection. It's a pretty good one. Although it doesn't make you like more effective as a weapon. It's more so just you'd be able to sprint a little bit longer. you'd live a few more years and you'd sprint a little bit faster. Bow only DS3 King Funkeldorf. I appreciate you like enjoying stuff since then. That's a long time. The bow run was really fun. We were talking about that recently. I still haven't done the bow run hit list for anything else. It's only been on that game. And it wasn't even all bosses either, so... Really am curious of how a bow-only all content would work, or even if you'd have to do anything pretty sneaky for the DLC. You got, I guess, dung pies on Half-Light that could be considered consumable, right? So you don't... If consumables are allowed, that would be the workaround for that one, but Gale with a bow, ooh. And... Even Madeir with a bow, that'd be weird. Just be doing the shots pretty close. Carry more shopping bags. That's true. Oh yeah, equip load, yeah. So you could wear a suit of armor and walk around. I mean, considering I don't think it's illegal under any law that I know that I've heard of, like even with the weird laws to wear an actual suit of armor in public, like it would be really funny if you got so good at carrying heavy things. Like you just did a lot of like hiking with heavy backpacks and like vests and stuff like that, that you eventually just graduated to the suit of armor and then used that as your clothing and just, you know, moved regular speed. That'd be very trippy. Because there's people that definitely own suits of armor, 100%, and like medieval weapons and all that. But like, let's see some actual use of it. Beating them all, no leveling. Been the best teacher for that. Oh, thank you, dude. That's awesome. What one are you gonna do first? Is it gonna be like the one that you have played the most, or is it just gonna be like in the order? Steampunk diving suit? Would that be like the Big Daddy from BioShock? Really, really scary, actually. Like, hey, we made it to the ocean floor. All right, let's come back up. It's like, I can't, it's too heavy. It's like, that's why I'm at the bottom. Yeah, I need like an actual extraction here. You're literally like, can't even counter like the forces of the water. It's like you're just literally sinking. The buoyancy. Big Daddy walking around the mall. For actual conventions and stuff like that, if people ever went hardcore on like real materials, that'd be the day. You'd see some footprints in the floor of the convention, all the tiles would be all chopped up and stuff like that. There was someone that went to an event that I was at where they did a Lady Maria, and it looked amazing. Like, it actually was really good. They made everything by hand, and they showed me on their phone an Abyss Watcher one they did. And it had LEDs to like make the sparks, like for phase 2 kind of show up and everything, like the transition of it. So you could kind of like go from 1 to 2. And I was like, okay, the only detail though, you need to have a phone or like a speaker in your back pocket, and then you got to play the phase transition music. And like when the LEDs turn on, you got to hear the soundtrack. I wonder if they actually ever did that, but yeah, the only one I've seen in person, it wasn't even an event where it was like that kind of stuff. It was just a meetup for people that do content and everything near me, and literally just the actual quality of the costume was really cool, especially the hat and everything. Aster, thank you for the Prime sub, man. You enjoy your motes, welcome. Oh my god. Yeah, I wish I had taken pictures or asked them to send me the pictures of the Abyss Watcher once we could put it in Discord. If I ever go to other stuff that has people like just making costumes like that, I definitely got to take some photos. Because just the actual build quality of some of it is silly. You have to get kind of creative, obviously. Saw a Wretched cosplay. Wretched class cosplay? Could have been just some naked guy with a stick, though. Yeah, I mean, like, our character is just the person that went to the suntan booth a little bit, or was it, what is it? The blue light tanning or whatever? They just got roasted. Raisin Boy, yeah. Sun-made raisin advertisement on the block here. Just walking advertisement. It's like, hey, ever wanted raisins? Well, I became a raisin because I love them so much. They're so good that they'll make you as lean as I am. It's like, look at the striations. It's like, those are, oh, that's literally no skin though. It's like, but hear me out though. The water content and all the other nutrients that you will gain will sufficiently nourish the tissue that is on the outside of your body when your skin is completely gone. You also won't have eyeballs anymore, so you don't have to worry about any kind of eye pain. Or glasses. It's like, how do you see? It's like, exactly, we never needed eyes in the first place. Buy some raisins. More like jerky. Yeah, it would be like the jerky nuggets, like the ones that are, like the, I don't even know what you'd call it, like the shape. I guess nuggets would be the best way to put it. I don't know. Like, there's different ones that don't look the same, but the not the strips. Such a weird thing to tune into. Chris Tabs, welcome back. What's up? How are you? Gonna do them all at once, taking breaks from one to another. Ooh, that's a smart idea. Getting a bit of everything going. Like if you can manage that, that is it's a really cool way to do it, and it might actually keep it more fun too. Because then if you had a PB on one that was, you know, maybe like half decent, you don't have to actually get into like the super grind yet, and then you know, you're still absorbing information from the other stuff too. And then when you do, it's like, okay, you didn't just like completely grind the one thing. Got your wisdom tooth plucked out. Was that today? Cubson, I'm doing good, dude. How are you? How was your day so far? The nuggets are nugget shaped. They almost kind of look like nibs sometimes, like little cylinders, I've noticed. Depends on which ones. Like some of the best ones I've had, they're not even really nuggets. They're actually kind of like perfect cylinders. You're a stamina only build these days? Why do you ask? It's like, I really need to know which weapon would you use. It's like, I've never played this. It's okay. So tell me.
Hey, what?
Well, you know what? Wooden arrows for the sound cue is, you know what? Wait. What's the difference? Oh, it's like literally 7 souls difference. That's silly. I didn't even know the standard ones were that decent. So let's grab 20.
Hey, what?
I'm thinking the arrow prices from the other games. And they actually let you hold, what is it, like 999 in this one? Versus 99? Oh, Cubson, congratulations, man. Awesome. Let me know how it goes. They have to cost something in the fairy market, keeping the wisdom tooth. I remember keeping teeth when they would fall out when I was younger, but yeah, keeping a wisdom tooth could be a different story. There could be a black market on that. It's like those people that have veneers and they're just like, I want to go back to the real stuff with the teeth. It's like, give me those wisdom tooth. But they're like on this kick where they think that every single tooth has to be like a molar, so their front teeth are literally huge. It's like a new trend. This one, the dude stuck to my leg, and we got the other one. that was an interesting backstab there. Oh man, what weapon are you optimized for? If I had to actually choose anything in the games like that was actually smart, it's always going to be a halberd. like a regular one, because I mean in actual medieval times you have the most versatility, the best thing to actually penetrate armor gaps and stuff like that, the most range, and you have the slashing ability if you want to actually commit to the swing. So I do actually think a halberd is the most efficient weapon you could use out of any of this kind of stuff. But it wouldn't be the ones that are like incredibly heavy, it would just be the basic. Like there's always some sort of deficit with everything else. You could have a long sword offhand too, just in case for close combat, or maybe like a short sword, but definitely like in reality, I think the halberd is good.
I'll be safe.
Matt, it's going pretty decent. We're just starting it off right now. I failed on gargoyles for the last one. And the funny thing about it too is like I could just do gargoyles melee without really batting an eyelash right now, but we'd have to invest a lot of the points into the materials for a weapon. And so it's just that balance of like, how do I get the first gargoyle to be so safe with the heavy soul arrow, and then also just not mistime anything. So I think this time we'll be better. I'm going to be very stingy on the opening for it, and then be ready to bail on it if we need to. And then you guys are saying that switching from heavy solar to regular one, alternating it is good. Does that, for anyone that actually has tried it, is that because like you get a stagger somehow on the second basic arrow instead of just having to do multiple? Because I'd imagine that maybe if the value goes over the threshold, maybe it comes back around again by the second one that's smaller, and then it would almost act as if you're just using heavy soul arrow, but you don't need to. That's the only advantage I can see there. That was the case, but yeah, I was wondering about that because I'm like, that would be technically still losing time with the state that they're in. They'd be doing attacks in between, right? Albert was the weapon for you the first ever playthrough. When you found it, it was bliss. I wish I actually had used it more. But yeah, it actually, it's good. It's underrated. Crystal halberd as well. I think I checked it out a little bit, but you know, the crystal stuff breaks. Then you don't have any idea of when it like is gonna need to be repaired, and if it's going to actually reset the value of the durability or anything, even though it actually does. And so if you put all the points into, or all the titanite into it right away, you actually kind of screwed yourself by doing that, even though it seems smart. Scared living next to Russia now that. So Chris, I don't talk about politics here, to be fair, but I mean, you guys, if you wanted to go back and forth with it, you can. I just at your own caution, just because we've had so many like actual like very malicious arguments between people where they were always cool in the chat, like they were fine for years, and then like they just stopped talking to each other or block each other or whatever. And it's like, I think that sadly, like you like alone outside of that would probably still get along with the person, and you really just skewed it because you're focused so much on different views of like the regular landscape. I think more people are on board with like the truth. There's going to be a lot of revelations of things undoubtedly in our lifetimes that I'm definitely like anticipating already. But amongst that though, like even in old politics, like it was a lot of like conflicting views when, you know, the whole time, my major opinion is it's all shenanigans. So like at the end of the day, there are always going to be people that have better interest than others, but the system's all shenanigans. And that's all I'll put it at. And you guys can, you know, talk amongst yourself if you want to. Just be very, very respectful. Like don't be like trying to demonize someone's opinion if it's not really like a malicious thing to someone else. But in this case, I understand it's more of a pressing time, right? Probably the easiest no hit run to do. It literally is that's the point of it. But for me to adjust to some of the things, like that's the learning curve for me. It's not so much that like doing the things well when you know them is bad. It probably would have been smarter to start with sorcery only if I wanted to be already dialed on this, but didn't bring myself to do it originally. I was like, I gotta get the melee first. Yeah, now I'm very interested in the all content version of this already. It's gonna be so cool. And then from there, I'm not sure if the meta for like what you would do on the speedrun all content is still the same, where you could choose the like Dark Bead or move swap Dragon Tooth, or to just move swap Dragon Tooth is now the fastest, because I want to try one of those as well, or whatever the remastered equivalent would be. Did the third one already get it? I guess it got get it. It got get it. Yeah, let's just check. Let's see. Might not have. Yeah, it did get it. Okay, never mind. Extra cautious. There we go. Elden Ring is 100% easier, Radon excluded. It definitely can be made to a point where it's hilarious, man. I've seen the 28,000 counter attack on the deflect on Radon, and that wasn't even what the guy was trying to do. Like, he screwed it up, I think. That was like the lower damage output. And the 28,000 is like the biggest number I've seen someone actually like make show up on the screen for anything, like just period. So it's really funny, even in back-to-back or, you know, close range combat, even with a weapon. But I think the actual difficulty is not even like really that. It's more so the like trying to keep all the buff timers active at the same time and not screwing up the inputs for that first, because you're on the wire for the decay of it, right? Like the fall off of your most, you know, I guess, or sorry, the buff that's going to run out the quickest, you're on the wire for. If that doesn't carry over, then you can't get what you're trying to do. So that's probably where more of the actual technicality comes in on some of those things. Like Tom just got if you guys know Nuclear Pasta Tom, he just got the world record for I believe it was glitchless consort speedrun, where you get to him as quick as you can and kill him. And he had the 2 God speedrun too. I think he still has the record for it, but didn't even really know he was into that. We played Night Rain with him. I was talking to him recently. We're actually going to be doing something next week with him and Swed, which is going to be cool. It's a surprise, but it'll be cool. And apparently, like from what they were saying, that runs very... It's a really weird thing, because it's a scripted speedrun in a way. It still has the RNG, but the way you do the fights is nothing like the ones I've done, where you have to actually be ready for like a real-time adaptation. Like, you can't afford real-time adaptation, so you have to cut a lot of that out. And so I haven't seen it, but I want to watch it and just maybe we'll watch it all together. You haven't seen that stuff. I want to see what that's like, because I'm only used to seeing speedruns where you could have something pretty scripted for some of the stuff, but then other things you literally just have to real-time adapt to it. And that's the real difficulty over time, where you got to get the game sense for it.
Goodbye then.
So I think that can make that kind of stuff easier in one way, but also, you know, a little bit weird for the people that are used to just playing. Maddie, your son that's 12 has finally took an interest in the Souls games, and it's borderline fun watching and listening to him die over and over again. You did warn him. Man, that's awesome, man. He's brave. That's really cool. Tell him I said good luck if he cares. That's awesome. I definitely wish I had tried Demon Souls when it came out, to be fair. I would have saved a lot of money on games. I would have probably got way better at everything I did after that. Would have had a better mindset for all the competitive stuff. Because it is very humbling, so it definitely would have been a good idea. Magical Dinosaur Island, Ralph? You did tell me about that, actually. You don't remember? There's that one time that you were trying to eat the leftover ravioli that was cold, that had the mold on it, that I was saying was literally having a conversation with itself. And I was like, don't eat that. And you're like, no, it's fine. And then you turned into a Teletubby and told me about the Magical Dinosaur Island right after. But not before Miyazaki stopped by and put a bunch of Legos on the floor and we stepped on them. Okay. Oh, a tune. We get 1 intelligence level? No, not even. You never made a one-shot build for DLC Radon? Dude gave you a lot of trouble when you tried to fight him up front. Did you actually get him, though? Did you beat him? I think that's one of the most satisfying things I've ever done in a game, dude. It's like... yeah, that fight gives me spine chills just thinking about it. It's so good. I know some people are just like, oh, it's silly, like, you know, Mikola Light, broken, this, that, whatever. Not good way of teaching people, but... I love things that are on that fine line where it's like it almost could be considered slightly unfair, but it gives you just enough ability. I'm also realizing over here we're going to want to go to this point, be really safe, because I can dodge the arrow, but we don't want to have to like worry about that at all, so that would be a good idea. Hello. Goodbye. He's like, oh wow, the sunset's looking real pretty over there, and then just like, ugh, like back of the head. Great soul arrow. He's watched a lot of your runs. He thinks you're cool, so his endless struggle is partially your fault. Oh no. Aw, dude. No. Oh my god. Okay, well, I hope it saves you guys money on games. Because that's the real draw. I think that, like, I've wasted so much money on games that I never beat. Like, I always knew that, like, I knew what I enjoyed in games, but I wasn't as good at trying to, like, just instill that, because I'd have friends that play everything, and then I wanted to try things because they tried things, and I should have just like stuck to what I wanted to do ultimately, because I would buy something, I would know, I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna beat this, like this is really just silly. Probably could have gotten a lot better at other stuff too, like with even the competitive COD and all that. I could have probably actually done it sooner and maybe done bigger things with it, maybe built a team that was actually completing online circuits, going to live events. But yeah, those were the times. Good there. I'm gonna try something interesting here. See if we can get the firebomb on Chandler from this spot. Ooh. Because like his souls are pretty valid too. Like that would give me a bit of a boost. Just the aggro. Can this throw around the pillar? Almost. It actually almost can. That's really nice. Let's just try to step right here. Forward. Look for a late casting. Nope. And I think we have something that can work there. We could also do that right away. Actually, ooh, maybe. Yeah, I think we can. I think we could do it pretty early. And if I got the Trident, imagine the Trident on this, getting a buff from that with everything else, if it actually does affect magic too. Also, Pizza, what's going on, dude? Love from Australia. 4 a.m. vibes. 4 a.m. in Australia. Oh boy. Yeah, man. That's dedication. I hope you have a good sleep when you get to bed. How's the run looking, Cheese? So the thing that I've understood on this is there's going to be a lot of variety of things you can do, but the way that I prefer to do it and how I ultimately think you're going to prefer it might be different. So I'm going to give you like a few options for situations that I know could be changed. And we're going to go from there. Like there's not going to be any perfect planning ahead of time like that. Like, I'm not going to obviously know how you're going to interpret it, but I will say the version that I actually get might be a little bit different, might be a little bit more aggressive. But it's all possible. It's definitely all doable. We got a PB of 9. 5 of those hits were on Seath, and none of them were needed. We did the full sequence without a mistake in bits earlier. Everything is doable. Even on Seath itself, like, switched up the method to just be a little bit more friendly with the space that you get right off the bat. Is this going to be a guide video? Yeah, so I'm going to be making a guide for everybody. And then also Cheese in chat. So he's going to be streaming, doing this run, and I'm going to be coaching him to get him through it as quick as we possibly can. Where the condition is that all the hours that he puts in are live, all the practice is live. He can make save states if he wants to, but purely from my direction and then like what we've done on these streams and how I record that guide video. There'll be his reference, and that's it. There'll be some bets behind the scenes that you guys get revealed as to what the incentives are if maybe he wins after a certain amount of time, or if he doesn't within a certain amount of time. There'll be some conditions for both of us. But that'll be explained later. You gonna do this first try? I don't know if this is definitely not a first try run. There's no way this is a first try run. if someone made that, and I do believe it could be possible, but you would have to, you would have to do things that would probably take more than a couple days of playtime. Like the playthrough would probably be like 30 hours or something if you want to do a first try. And even then there'd be moments where you could easily fail. So yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing how you'd adapt that. More damage if you jump or not high enough. Unfortunately, the jumping doesn't change it too much from what I understand. I can try it next time and see, but I don't believe the jumping is enough height. Because as soon as you actually start to like get off of the thing, you're already almost level with the ledge, since the jump on this one's very, very shallow. But yeah, we can try that on the next one still. I should actually say if there is a next one, but again, I might rerun it again. All right, good flying. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Oh my God. Bad attack. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do melee for gargoyles, man. I think I'm gonna do melee for gargoyles. Or we'll do the tail cut to start with something. Let me check the check what we have to upgrade. Because I have some Titanite. Don't want spoilers for the strats. Oh, dude, you can... I was saying that part of actually what you should be doing is actually paying attention right now. That's your only way to get a head start, but more so just for like where we're getting the things. Like you can even make notes right now if you wanted to. Firebomb strat? Yeah, firebomb for the tail cut could be good. We're gonna have to do a run back on that one anyways, so let's do it. Let's try the firebomb. Because a melee weapon is possible if we don't get Great Soul Arrow, but then Great Soul Arrow makes this other area just a little bit more risky, I guess, with the small guys. It's not crazy risky, but it does change it a little bit. And then like the heavy Soul Arrow casting would be almost impossible to guarantee the tail cut. You'd have to tell the feature on that one. So I think that's the play, is just the firebomb tail break into a stagger, into him having to turn around or backstep, and then from there we see we just do more firebombs or regular Great Soul Arrow to finish off with close range combat, something like that. That one was possible. I just you know, I should not have gone the direction I did. Also, wait, here, let's do this early. Oh, Chandler's not even there. Oh yeah, he doesn't respawn. Never mind. Tybolt, welcome back. Why not melee the first one down to 60, then blitz with 3 Great Soul Arrows? That's even more risky because then you queue the second one. So we're trying to do all the big damage before the other one gets there. As soon as the other one's there, he has to be dead, or it's way too risky. so that's why I wouldn't do that. But if I get the tail cut, then we need him in an animation essentially where he has to do something after that that can't be an attack right away, or that the spacing would be enough, or even if he was facing us, there's no way he could move out of the way. And then that has to happen. There's got to be one more of those after that, and you're good. If we want all the back-to-backs. Also, this part, we could actually just use this for the setup since we're not continuing here. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Should do tail cut, but stick to mage for the main fight. Yeah, tail cut probably is the way, man. And I can force the tail cut with a firebomb if I just get a good angle. It's just I don't know if, yeah, I guess one with red Tearstone still would be really good. Yeah, we got to go a little bit quicker through there. Can't be that slow. No head starts, pure memes from the beginning. Okay, that's fair. Your biggest thing is going to be the run back for this, Beta Chaos and Seath, I think. Because failing any of those is one thing, and then also the fights that will change will be this one. What else? I think it's another one that's different. Oh, Beta Chaos. Yeah, if you screw that up, the second fight on that's almost not worth it. I would actually say that save stating that would be smart. To actually get the practice on it, even in a baseline PB. Because like in reality, you're never going to do the other alternate version anyways. If it's done properly. So knowing that can't help the true run, but yeah, I would say like you should save state Beta Chaos at least, and then 4 Kings run back won't be like lengthy that much. It depends on if you want a homeward bone on that too. It's another aspect of it. All right, give me the setup here. One, two, three. One more. Perfect. All right. We're gonna make sure this one is just stupid easy. I think you got hit. Oh yeah, we're not actually like playing a run right now. This is just practice. Ugh. Watch Invincible at all? What is that? Is that a movie? So we want the lineup here. Yeah, recovery on that, it's actually really, really bad for timing with the firebomb too. And then regular soul arrows damage. Great soul arrow on the tail might be good, but the actual hitbox is so small. The splash from the firebomb makes more sense. We just need a really good angle on it. We can't get the opening cutscene one to really get us anywhere because he's too far away even if he actually works, right? We want it close. Usually my method is just you line up with the middle of the wall there, you get an overhead of any sort, and then you get it with the melee. That fly-in's a good one, but yeah, wouldn't be able to do it there either. We'd have to almost kind of like throw it as he's landing and then not be in the way of the attack at the same time. That was almost enough time, but again, a little bit too specific. We want to try the back-to-back soul arrow too. So let's give that a go. Yeah, no, it doesn't stagger though. And then that can happen. Good old 4-way rolling when I didn't do that input. I did a different one that it does not register because you only have 4 directions locked. That's why you don't lock in this game unless you are attacking. Gotta do the toggles. Okay, and then there's the other option of, again, still doing this segment later. So we could take this character as is right now to Quelaag. Just damage is not going to be amazing with 15 intelligence. The only issue. It's like there's still a problem either way. I would rather get them really good like this, but I mean, we might have to actually just resort to that in the end. Okay, here's the other method. We actually just fight like it's melee. See how bad this is. Thank God I got that one. Yeah, heavy's really, really slow, man. Damn it. Oh, you're talking about doing the magic is like watch. Yeah, for me, because I don't really do magic in the games that much. I've had a sorcery, or sorry, a pyromancy and a miracle hit list for DS3, but those were like super minimalistic. I tried to use the fewest amount of spells possible and do it fast. It's a little bit different still, anyways. So, never seen the double tail chop. That's actually a really good attack on this, but it's not going to be guaranteed though, so I can't rely on that. Okay, let's try. Firebomb landing here. 150, yeah, it's still pretty bad. You're not really at a crazy deficit of time if you just do this, though. And there's, okay, there's a tail cut. That's just very technical, though. Like, I could definitely justify it, but it's just really... It's a little bit next level there, and that's already too slow. Because we're not going to get fire guaranteed, so that's not something you can also rely on either. What's going on, RC? How are you doing, dude? Say hi to you. Ooh, wait, that was a counter? Okay. Ooh, so we have a chance for counters close range. That's one nice thing. Yeah, that's a big difference, too. Should try to bait the potential tail chop. But again, too slow right there. Like, I could manage double fight and just go early anyways, but it's just not worth it. Not worth the risk there. All right, so the other plan of action is to do Quelaag first, come back with her souls. So let's run her with the, let me think. We'll do stagger right off the bat just to like speed up the actual fight itself. Like not to actually use it on the run, but we're gonna use this character though, and we're gonna go there. And then we'll try the reverse and see if we invest, I think it's 20,000 from her and both her and Ceaseless we could get prepped for, prepped up for this instead of for Sens, and then be ahead on that. And that wouldn't change too much because we don't need anything else from Griggs yet. So yeah, let's go there. Holy HP, I know, right? I know. It was the sliver. I was actually thinking when that Hollow did the two-hand overhead attack that was it, that it was going to be too much damage to take on purpose. Yeah. There's a lineup for a scripted tail cut firebomb if you're interested in that. Soppy, is it for like the cutscene one though, when you actually do the fight the first time? Or do you mean like one that you can actually create at any time, anywhere? Because yeah, I'm thinking now, even with the damage from the firebomb, it's still not enough damage. Okay, the cutscene one. So I've done that one before, but the way that I saw it is that like even if we got that and then I did a heavy solar from far away, because it has travel time, they can break out of the sequence, whereas they couldn't if they were at like maybe 10 feet. And I had already queued 2 of them really quick. So that's the only thing I would be at a loss for, is we still get the same situation later once they make it farther in, because they'll have the actual time to move. So I shouldn't rely on the stagger. I should probably just get a lot of damage on it. Just the question is, how much more will we get from intelligence on this? Yeah, probably should have tried Quelaag first yesterday. Just, I was like, oh wait, ooh, also with the 60 and 40, wait a second. We could probably also get the second casting of regular Solero too. Just for the sake of making Quelaag fast on this one. And I don't have purple moss, but I could actually practice the chug again. Actually, I'm curious of how weak Crestfallen is at the moment. Let's see.
How's he right?
Oh yeah, he's pretty strong still.
You have some nerve. I may be crestfallen,
Okay, parry time.
but I'm not defenseless, you
Give me the dagger.
rascal.
Imagine parry just get and then blast in the face. 60, dude. Insulting. Dagger's so much better, probably. Chain backstab. Why can't you move? Why can't you move? Parry 2 backstab. Crestfallen, the worst PvP player. Stop hitting yourself energy on this one? Yes. We have to, though, because it's Crestfallen. Oh, there we go. There's the final straw. He's like, I'm going to get you.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
Not too
Thank you.
shabby.
I bid you a good day. Yeah, it was only 1,000. We didn't need to do that. You know, that's just kind of fun. Why not? Currently just doing a route, right? Well, I'm going to be doing attempts. I'm just changing the order and seeing if doing Quelaag firsts would give us a lot of souls for gargoyles in the sense of the damage, like the intelligence levels that we would get. If we can get to like maybe 30 range, would it be a huge difference? I don't know if it would, because like even the spells that we have now, they don't require that much. I don't know how much they scale. I only really know that the catalyst adjustment and then your level matters more, at least from what I've seen, like especially with the tin catalyst. And the way they work is not like weapons, in the sense that like some of them that are ranked higher already, like if it had S scaling, it wouldn't mean that it'd be better than one with A scaling if your level is in a certain range, which is not orthodox to regular weapons that you meet requirements for. So just meeting requirements in general might not actually make that catalyst better, even though it's ranked better, until you get past a certain threshold. From what I understand, I remember even way back in PvP that was the case. And so, like for example, I could find Tin Banishment right now, but Tin Banishment, even though it looks like it's, you know, has a higher requirement and everything, it's not necessarily better, even though you'd think it would be. Just found out Nito's your dad. Oh no. That's okay. We all have to figure that out sometime. Finished DS2 SL1 damage list. Not yet. No, I'm going to be going back to it if we have some time between this, but if not, then by next week we'll return to it. And I'm gonna generate the most possible focus and intensity on it to get it, because we were doing really good. We're in a very good, we're probably in the most consistent phase of it that we've been. And I practiced it to a point where it's beyond what is required to get it, but I'm glad that I've learned what I did. All right, so now typically when we have the setup happen, I think it's like by the 3rd tick, we would want this to be the range so we can chug, still get our TSR. I might even be able to rock the whole range of it during activation too. I think it's like roughly right around there. E92 M3 for 19k right now has front end damage. Would need some work. Unbelievably tempted to get a loan, Eric. I would never recommend getting a loan for a vehicle like that, in my opinion, just because like this is my opinion. I'm not telling you what to do, but that's not like it's like a pretty old car, right? So getting a loan for something that's like not brand new in general, like already getting a loan for new stuff is already like has its caveats. If you get a bad contractor, you don't haggle the difference of what the actual fees would be. But like genuinely though, like that you sent me that clip. Remember the clip you sent me? Just watch that like 20 times and then decide. Although even though I would say E92 M3 good choice. 335, yeah, most fun ever. Yeah, the thing with those though too is that all the examples that are still like untouched, like someone will buy them and then ruin them, and then there'll still be more in the future, and the market's going to crash as well, or like it's going to have a downturn that we're already in the process of, so all the price corrections are happening, and so you'll still have time in the future for that. I don't think it's going to like some of the example, it'll be harder to find, but some of the examples we picked up used, and then you'll still get the same case in the future. It'll just be dependent on the state of how electric stuff is handled and like the regulations, and maybe insurance increases for gasoline and all that, or other provisions. But I think overall, I think you're good.
So the world might be mended.
Wait.
I'd understand if it was something like so rare that like literally it wouldn't, you just wouldn't even find it now. But yeah, even then. All right, this is perfect. There we go. We'll make a save state here too. At the 60 Solera, let's go. And then we'll do, what is it gonna be called? Quelaag first. There we go. Those three will forever be babies. Plan is to own an S60R, E92, and 911 or a Cayman. Nice, dude. If you want my opinion between the 911 and the Cayman, maybe a 718 GT4, maybe, or like for like the newer gen, maybe. But even then, dude, their overall situation, they're less reliable in my opinion. The older ones, you know, obviously NA and everything, it's fine, but definitely 911. I would just say 911 and scrapped everything else. Always 911 if 911 is possible for the rest of all time, until there's no such numbers. Jenemy, dude, 2-month streak as well. Thank you again for the 14 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Welcome to staggering Quelaag repeatedly and looking like we're cheating. Hopefully it actually works out right here. Let's see. Perfect. Oh yeah, see the damage is so low on it, but hey, you know what? You got a lot of castings. Now I'm not even moving or adjusting anything right now. I'm just gonna see if on the spot this is good enough, and it seems pretty good. He's gonna keep pushing me. It doesn't seem like we get off center. Starting to a little bit. Still seems pretty good though. See, like, I just don't want to rotate yet. As soon as like we would need to, or if something misses, I gotta bail. And it might not be the case that we need to. It could be that the initial setup, no matter like the difference, is good enough. And that was only just 3 more soul arrows than normal. So yeah, like if I want to go ballsy on this and go there right away, it's going to be still 30 minutes into the run or something like that. But I'll practice that a few more times, like just to get into the loop. But first, let's take the 20,000, go with Ceaseless Souls as well, and then see if the levels actually matter for Gargoyles. M1 Abrams, you don't know Cars Advisor. Consider that very, very intelligent to not know anything about them. Just use them and don't know. Don't think about it. You're solid. No curses. Fosia, it's a good choice. I was able to actually have an experience to track the GT3 RS, the 99. It was a 991.1, and dude, like, obviously that's a little bit rugged for the street, but like like after that, like you can't really like. There's no comparison really. It's silly. So the only thing that for me that was like less engaging, probably better for lap times, was it was still the DCT, but otherwise, yeah, very cool. Your brother-in-law has one. Nice. Yeah, I got a really cool opportunity to try it, but he probably loves it. The thing is just absolutely silly. Yeah, Eric, dude, if you want to, like, I was gonna post the stuff somewhere, like the clips from it, but if you wanna see, I'll send you a photo or two and like some clips, because it was cool. I'm sure you'd appreciate it. Alrighty. Let's keep going. Dude, of course the slowdown thing with the stick. That's actually a little sketchy on Ceaseless. It doesn't happen in the forward direction, so I shouldn't look back on this one. This controller's still kind of being problematic, and it's the better one too. Sending clips, Blake. Yeah, I can send you a clip too if you want to see it. It was fun, man. There was the regular GT3 they had there. They had that, and they had some other things, and it was actually kind of funny. There was a dude that was in a C8 that didn't know the sign language for like passing and everything, and he almost actually, like, if it was someone else that was behind him, I would have been worried with how he was going like probably, I want to say on one of it was like a mini straight, 60 kilometers or something like that, 50, and I was like, dude, this is actually terrifying. What are you doing? That was the only hiccup, but the whole experience overall was great. But he was kind of just having a cruise. He was enjoying the weather instead of actually being like, okay, we're on a track. Let's try to not get flagged down here. And like the onboard guy he was like radioing that the guy's like, tell him to get over. Alrighty, 41. And then run back to Parish. GT3 RS would be your dream car. For me, I don't think the GT3 RS is something that I would acquire for the road at all. It would have to be just specifically for actually doing laps, man. There'd be no way that would be okay on the street, in my opinion. But like the more boiled down versions, 100%. That generation still isn't my favorite though, even though it probably is going to outperform a lot of stuff, even the newer one, even more so. But I like the 997s more. Just haven't had a chance to actually, like, you know, get in one and rip it really. So one day though, one day. GT2 RS, be your dream car. The GT2s are pretty cool as well. Even the GT4 as well. Just again, the lower versions of the GT4, like the 718s, they're a little bit more problematic for like what you get. From what I've heard in terms of people having the experience of owning them, and then it's still like a crazy, like they can outperform some GT3s, but it's just like Maybe even like a lot of them. Just yeah, it's just like the base platform of it. I'm not as big of a fan of. Chris Sabs, you might have talked about that. Someone was talking about Sabs and Volvos and stuff like that. It's a couple people. You might have chimed in on that one. Sorry, Sobs. How dare you? All right. 7. We'll just do the 36 right away. So it's as if we had Soul Spear already. And then tune. Bleakso, have a good workout, man. Catch the VOD, RC. Sounds good. Thank you for chilling. Yeah, this next run on Gargoyles, it's going to be fine. I think that this will help. We can't fail on Gargoyles more than twice there. You acknowledge only those, and that's it. It's awesome. Quit out just to be able to get through the door. Ooh, I gotta do this thing. Oh my god, man! I might actually change this mic setup. I have the other windscreen, and it's like way different, dude. It's gonna sound worse for certain sounds, so I might have to put it really far away. But like, I'm actually getting tired of this one. It's almost like literally having allergies. And I don't even have like crazy allergies or anything. Oh my god. I lean too close. Okay, wait, how's the sound from back here if we go like this far away? Doing okay? Okay, wait, I'm gonna make a save state here so that if we can't get through this door, we don't have to run back again. Just gonna call it yikes. Madison, what's going on? How are you? Welcome to DS1. So beautiful. I know, just a bunch of beef jerky dudes in a cathedral trying to actually attack each other, but never quite hitting anything. With friendly fire turned off so they don't scuff each other. It's basically like a mosh pit if you went to Mayhem Fest, but then like the festival ended and then you stayed there for an eternity. It was like your purgatory. It's like, all right, here's the drop, here's the drop. It's like, dude, they haven't been playing for like 12,000 years. Like, what? We're literally just zombified that. Okay, should probably get the dagger out. Wish the hollows were more trusting of outsiders. It's funny because like you actually are literally just a better version of that hollow right there. Just the chosen hollow that essentially Miyazaki wanted to put through the ringer. They have like the little bit of an easier time, but you literally just are the same. So it should be like, hey, you know what? What's up? Although we definitely had the sponsored by Oscar, the key and the Estus. They definitely did not get the Estus of the key. All right, one more save state. You think their lives are more valuable than ours? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like we're the better version in terms of like being equipped for the situation because they have the broken sword, right? Because Miyazaki chose us to be put through the trials and tribulations. So they get the easier situation, but it's like, you know, we get to have some cool weapons. Let's see how good a heavy soul arrow is now. Bet you didn't think it would do that much damage. Oh boy. Okay, that's pretty crazy. That's just disgusting, man. Oh my, I'm actually nauseous. I'm nauseous with time to spare. That's a luxury there. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so yeah, we're just doing that. That was an idea early on that I had, but I was like, I don't really want to do that order if Quelaag is like very crunchy, because then the overall time of the run in general is way slower, and there's a risk on that. For things that are just the usual when you do a really long Quelaag fight. And I'm good at that, but I don't want to put it in that situation if we didn't need to, since these guys were definitely manageable, but not without being pretty sweaty. There's a lot of variations there that'll work. Okay, let's try to make like a very, very calculated one. So I think it would be 2 heavies back to back are good, but I don't even think I want to do that. I don't think that makes any sense. I'm just gonna do this, and a love tap right there. It's an Always Sunny joke, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, so I've never seen that. You guys make references to it a lot, though. Like, apparently a lot of people like that are here, so maybe I should brush up on it. Okay, we're gonna do a few more. I just think the back-to-back heavy Solero is the biggest risk. Even though again that would finish the fight, I think, but it's the only thing we want to avoid here. I also want a better entry. I think that a lot of these first attacks are not good. I shouldn't be doing the casting after that overhead. But we could just do regular Great Solero too. And then the counter hit on that still literally does the same thing. And I think 3 of them would still be the same too. Now imagine, oh dude, imagine we got Bellowing. I wonder if Bellowing would have been better than Levels, actually. Ooh. Like, we can test it, actually. But I'd have to do Ceaseless again. This is just fine, though. Also, excuse me, the Gargoyles made me burp. Spider Lady was the reason you got into the game to begin with? Really? Like, you actually saw someone playing it, saw that enemy, and we were like, yes. You know, if I actually had gotten in this series from seeing an advertisement, I wonder what, like, it would have been. Like, maybe that would have made me play it, because I never saw any advertisements for Demon's Souls at all. At least that I even recognize. Is my buddy just saying, don't play it to everybody, that was the thing that made me curious. And then when my other friend actually got it, I was like, hey, that was cool. I remember watching him do his first playthrough. We were both just like, what the hell is this? This is silly. And then the actual frustration of that made it compelling. Yeah, I'm thinking we're going with 3 regular Soleros on that. And then we're just going to rerun Quelaag a little bit, because I'm going to actually have to do that to be able to justify doing it early. I don't like that attack, so maybe space something first. That's all fine. Oh, well, not quite. There we go. So yeah, the arrow that went over his head, don't want that. Got to be like point blank, or guaranteed that he could not fly or jump. Still some problems. Did the game crash? Oh, game crashed. Nice. That's a rare one, but it did. It definitely did. Killing a bunch of rats, going into describing it, he goes, "You think their lives are really more valuable?" And he's like sort of emotionally. The guy's like, "Yes." Is that from the show? Dude, the game crashed again? Are you serious? No, don't, dude. Come on. What's going on here? That has never happened. Okay, now it's good. That's weird, man. I wonder if Steam is bugging. To be fair, I was quitting out very fast and then forcing the file very fast. Oh, it crashed again. Oh. That is not good. Might have to restart Steam completely. Let's see. Just close it down. Key point, Miyazaki doesn't like when you kill gargoyles quickly. So Steam, I don't know if everyone else's Steam does this, but essentially you close it, it doesn't actually close and it's still open as a process. You have to like do Task Manager to even relaunch it, or you click and then no exe pops up, or Windows, so it says it's actually open, but it's not. Doesn't look like it's on the processes. Let's see if it'll actually do the same thing as it usually does. Oh, this time, okay, maybe they've updated it where it's better now. It actually did open when I clicked it, nice. Okay. Please. Skip title screen, yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm not even gonna press the start button on this one. Okay, we have title screen. Start on title. It's probably just a Steam related thing. Oh boy. Manus is so hard. Manus is probably, oh dude, again, loading into, what the fuck? Okay, maybe, okay, you know what, actually? Maybe what I did was I loaded a save state at the wrong time when it was in a loading screen, closing out of the actual file and it glitched or something. Let me try to load the Quelaag one again first and see. Because it will go to title screen, it's the actual character file is not working. So where was it? Let's see. Is it? You quit. You try loading a different, oh, there we go. Loading screen. Okay, perfect. This isn't the one we want. That was an older one. Yeah, I've had that happen before on other stuff, like, but not that many times. Usually it'll just work, but maybe it's because I was just doing too many things at the same time right there very quickly. Because I did queue the save state at a time I normally wouldn't, when it was auto saving or going off the loading screen for the other one. So it might have just made some sort of issue. Here we go. Save, yeah, the save for that particular, we'll see. If that save crashes it again, then we'll have to go back from here. I mean, either way, I think we have it figured out. It's just play the fight like we normally would, very slowly, and succeed. Can't get hit, new strat unlocked. Yeah, exactly. You can't really take any hits if you don't play the game, right? So, easy. And then that's unfortunately bad rotation there. So I think we want to get it off of rotation. At least you have some leniency for screwing that up, which is good. And then you have a little leniency there. A lot if it was the thrust attack, but she wouldn't do that close usually. She can, but it's not as common. It's like an early jump that I'm wondering about, like if that's even possible. And maybe even getting hooked in the legs in a jump. The exit. Here we go. So I'm gonna actually see if the ring in combination with a little bit less intelligence actually is even better. And then we have two files in case that other one was screwed up. If you can heal, you can survive a hit. That, yeah, string, you know, like, there's also that thing of like, just don't be bad and you'll actually just win. Like, just don't not win all the time. That is a really good rule of thumb. So I think it's underrated. Okay, that was super, super greedy, and we still actually got away from the AoE. That's good. And I don't think she could Q a jump that soon, but I'm still assuming that that's a possibility anyways. It's just hard to make like the small adjustments on that one. How come no Dust Crown? So getting it this early would be a little wild, to be fair. Like the Hydra and all that. So, and you don't need it for this run. It is an option, but there's nothing you need it for. Like basically in the sense that anything that is considered a hard fight in general, the damage we do is enough to kill them with the same amount of attacks that would be happening otherwise, unless we had dark magic typically. Because on 4 Kings, if I do run in the purple attack, you can't get the whole Soul Mass to activate anyways. So we would Homeward Bone, and we could do the facing method where we space 1 attack, 1 Soul Spear, and that's cool. But because that's not actually how I'm going to do it, there's no actual like pre-calculation for that fight. It's the same. Mainly, one thing I actually have to get better at is I got to try to see if I can shoot a Soul Spear at their body as it's disappearing, and then get a 2 King fight. But the 20%, yeah, I can't do anything for Gwyn because Gwyn's guaranteed if we just run in right away. It doesn't change ONS. ONS is a 2-shot for Ornstein. It would still be a 2-shot with 20%. And then even then on bad RNG, you don't want to do Soul Spears, so you just want to run and use Soul Mass anyways. I don't think it would make it a 1 Soul Mass, and that's also not all going to connect necessarily. So there's so many different things where the 20% can't change the actual distribution of hits, or the things I'd be the most concerned on. Unless you just like maybe had a completely different approach, but that's why right now I'm not using it. It's interesting in the trade-offs. Yeah, like, so it's almost kind of like the idea that we could also just run regular Soul Spear and Homing Soul Mass and not even do Crystal Magic, not even do Logan. And that's valid too. There's also a lot of things you can do with that. That would start to be the case though, where you'd have to actually do way more engagements versus what we have now. So yeah, I'm definitely keeping that on the back burner in case we want to switch to it, but I think I'd probably get the run without it anyways, and end up being a little bit safer on the situation with the Hydra and all that. Is there, like, for anyone that has done something like this, there is no timeline on Dusk's quest line, right? Like, you could do it literally at the end, like after all the Lord fights. It would be funny to see, like, we would probably end up getting like 3 or 4 heads of the Hydra at the same time. I think it has what, like 1500 health, something that's pretty low. So it would just be, you'd have to hit the body, so you need the range. The other thing I'm wondering too is, does Hawk Ring actually increase casting distance, even accidentally, even though it should just be for bows? Because there is some things in this that I think they shouldn't calculate the way they do, like RTSR's ability to scale everything. They changed it in DS2 for the magic. I think it was originally on like the first patch, 20% boosted magic in DS2 with Red Tearstone, then they like completely got rid of that. All right. Let's just switch this back. Gonna get Grig's Ring and see what's better.
All right.
And also, I got to remember too, we got these, or this right here. So that makes back, what, 8,000? Okay. We had 7 something left over before. We did the other way, so what do we get to? We still get 34. It's 2 levels short, so yeah, that is way better. It's just that we would be... I don't know if we would be off on Logan if we did Iron Golem first. I think it would still be okay. We need 60,000 for that. 40 from Iron Golem core is like, what, 12 or something? Okay, yeah, so I think we'd still be fine. We just have to get a little bit less Homeward Bones. which we already are doing. Does Power Within still boost magic in later Souls? I don't know about that, so that's the thing. I haven't done all these magic runs for everything. I've done Pyromancy and Miracles, like a very minimalist version of the 0-hit route for that. And that was really fun because we were doing some like extremely aggressive stuff with Lightning Spear and with some of the fireballs, but Sorcery in particular, I've never actually completed a playthrough you guys have seen with anything other than 1 HP, 1 stamina. That's your only option that you can do, and it didn't really give me an idea of, okay, how flexible is it? It's like just that's a necessity, and we can't even use red Tearstone. We can't get the most damage. So from here, let's go right to Gargs. Hey. Oh, hey, thank you. It's funny that it didn't actually go through. Tarnish, we're screwing around with some stuff. I'm definitely changing the beginning of the game a little bit, because Gargoyles was a little grindy. Okay, so same thing here. Tavoom, how are you doing? Use dagger, runs invalid? Always. Yo, turn the corner immediately. What is going on with that? What is even happening? Sounds like you have a wrinkly brain. My brain is the most wrinkly of all time. It's wrinklier than the character's back. And the character that we are using for Elden Ring Strength only launching in 2 hours. Actually 3, sorry. He was kind of wrinkly. He had wrinkly armpits, which I'm glad was addressed in the edit, because that was one of my favorite moments. So if you want to see the wrinkliest armpits on the strongest guy that ever has held a weapon in that game, that is the best place to see it. Also, Monkey, what's going on? Spello. Yeah, that's almost 50% with the light one, so heavy would be a 2-step there, which is just silly. Wait, how did it take more? Oh, the second one that shows up is on top. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I thought maybe for a second it did more, but on a counter that would be a 2-shot. And we could maybe force the counter. Right here's the counter. That's still okay. What did you call me? Well, it certainly wasn't Sir Fitzgerald Winston III, but it could have been your name. It's possible. So crazy. What? What is that? Like, literally, what is that, man? So, like, hopefully this just showcases how ridiculous even bellowing is. We only have 2 less intelligence levels, so it's still pretty close to the extra levels we wanted, but just bellowing in general is amazing. We got the heavy counter hit, so Still got to do that. I think that a lot of the times the heavy arrow will become a heavy or a counter hit because of how long it takes. And you're going to be using an opportunity that's going to follow with an attack immediately. So we get like maybe slightly sloppy on purpose with this aerial attack, for example. That could be the way to get the next one. Oh, it's just a regular sprint. Okay. Yeah, 2 of those still guaranteed are going to be a 2-shot. Counter hit applies to spells. It does, yeah. Counter hit's just a thing that's a state for the enemy. It's not actually an attack value. It's calculated based on like the state of when something gets impacted. So one thing that's the trickier part in this version, if you don't get the counter, is that you trigger the phase 2 even earlier because of the damage. So there's also that aspect too, which, I mean, it becomes the same thing, but you probably want to consider that. And so maybe the reverse is actually better. We start with this, then we have a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, I think that's going to be how it is. We're going to do another run in like 2 seconds, guys. Oh, let's see. Oh, also, wait, sorry. What am I even doing? There we go. So let's do the same thing and then actually have this on. Oh, having it on with the regular one triggers it too. All right, so then you're really left to decide. It could be comparable. I mean, the damage is silly, but like it could actually still be better to not do the ring so you don't trigger phase 2 too early. And then there's that opportunity right there that you don't want to punish, so flying in general early on in its flight is a no-go. In general, just has to be that like it's on the landing, the heavy one. And then I think that's the only valid opportunity for it that is 100%. The beginning of the run will be the hardest part of it. It should be, and then there should be just some other stuff that's like the typical late game difficult stuff to run through depending on how we want to do it. But yeah, that would be the case. There should be a difficulty curve like that. That could be safe too, but yeah, let's move over here. Sorcerer Nagol? Who's Sorcerer Nagol? Get the Black Knight weapons? Oh, nice, dude. Is that like the thing that they use on the speedruns to get the guaranteed drop on it? Like for the current records and all that? Okay, that's also another option right there. So I like that. That could be even better. So we might want to force, like if it's a regular great soul arrow without counter hit and also we have the time, that might be way better. So we purposely queue phase 2, we run, get the other one first. Just trying to see like how effortless we can make it. And because he's staggered, we can run. Oh, but he's fast though. It's the only thing. And that's still punished, right? Yeah, so that wouldn't be that safe. And then counter hit leaves a pixel, so... Or no counter hit, sorry. Alright, regular series of events, no bellowing. Crazy counter. That works just fine. Yeah, that's doable. There's still a little bit of a tight time frame. It's actually funny how like the melee one, like you literally have some time to like chill because you don't have to be in a position that's as close, and then you don't overdo the timer as much because you can chain stagger and stuff, right? Which is kind of similar to when we were just doing Great Soul Arrow originally with less damage, but it's interesting how it's a little bit less timely, but yeah, a bit of an advantage there. Also, I didn't want to roll there. That was a Demon Souls roll. We went backwards in the input, but it went forwards though. So I got to lock off immediately. I always think that though in my head, like it's like I want to keep it until it confirms because I'm thinking it's going to screw up the trajectory, but I don't think that's the case. It's definitely better timing there too. If there's no way to go wrong with 3 shots, 3 regular soul arrows, I think that it actually might even be better. And then we just want to get 34 to keep it pretty similar here. It's a pretty easy one. All right. Practicing bell gargoyles. Yeah, I'm trying to see like all the variations of what our time frame is going to be like if we fight them. Factoring in just like the counter hits, we're not going to be able to purposely control that. We don't like. I don't really want to counter hit, but if we can't control it, we can't. That's fine. I'm aiming for like just 3 castings here. Then at that one, Q's phase 2. Then over here, correction for that. We got some time. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're solid here. Now it's just to practice Quelaag a little bit. Legit, what's up, dude? Now I wonder if trading the levels... Well, I guess, no, we didn't even have them on this one, do we? I was gonna say for like you can't. Still at 15, yeah. That was the whole point. I was gonna say it'd be amazing having the ring on this one too, but you have to somehow get that elsewhere. Okay, so I can adjust this a little bit. The regular soul arrow, we can actually walk a couple steps here. But again, that's the biggest risk, and then double roll this. Still want to see the potential of the jump, though. It's hard to know when you're not going to confirm it, because it's just slight. That's the thing, and if you just stay on the spot, it will actually move out of place eventually, depending on what she initiates with. Might also depend on the ground, too. I don't know. Tie bolt a little bit, yeah, like very similar. Might as well be. That was not the spot, but you get the underswing, so you're safe on that if you're really close. I don't think there's any way to go wrong with that. It would just be, again, the jump is the only thing I think that's concern here. And it doesn't seem to actually happen unless you're lingering for a while, because she has to try to get a better position. But I cannot say for certain. I can kind of cancel my input. It's not like an actual real cancel, but you can interrupt the buffer, and then the one that would have missed you can actually get away with not doing, which is nice. So right there, I saved it early. It was already queued to do another one, but then I interrupted the buffer a bit. So it would have been a bad thing if I didn't spam right there. And then if we're just being casual, let's see. 114. That's not terrible. All right, well, how about this? We do a run, we get it started, we actually just get it to gargoyles, kill them, and then all this Quelaag practice we'll implement if we actually need to. But yeah, I can't say for certain the jump wouldn't be a problem if I missed. That's the thing. And even canceling a potential, like if you maybe could foresee that it might miss somehow quick enough to interrupt the buffer, like that still might not be good enough for the jump. I don't have proof of that. There's no way to prove it. So like it's doable. I'm sure there's a lot of runs I could get like that. I just don't, there's something about it that doesn't seem like it would be a good idea just right now. So we'll just do a longer fight, and I guess that's the case, but we got it just in case we need to showcase that. Anyways, I'm gonna take a really quick break, guys. There is an ad going now anyway, so perfect timing for anyone that's not seeing it. But yeah, the chair shall beat the title screen once again, and here are the socials if you want to see the other channels and all that. Let's get a really good run before we finish here, and I'll be back in less than a few minutes. Dude, that was on the second that it was ending. Holy shit. That was crazy. The speed run of the last second return on the ad. Wow. Okay. Gargies is no longer. Let's do Miyazaki. Cool. And then BRB is coming off.
Streamer-wise, BRB on the screen. Timer's not started. Didn't do the split counter.
Wow. Any advantage to doing Pinwheel and Nito before Seath? Wouldn't they be easier with the crystal magic? Pinwheel and Nito before Seath. So you mean after Seath, right? Not before. So Pinwheel, no. Pinwheel's a guaranteed kill. Like Homing Soul Mass, 1 arrow, dead without Red Tearstone. With Red Tearstone, it's overkill. And then Nito, it's debatable of how long you want to fight him for. Because, like, you have the guaranteed, like, stuck thing that you can do, and then you have the regular fight. Which is pretty chill anyways. I actually like Nito a little bit, so I don't mind it. But yeah, you could make Nito a little bit easier. But then doing Seath earlier means that the levels will be different. And you also won't have the budget for Logan's magic as early, so I actually put them ahead so I could buy all of his inventory. And then still keep the levels pretty high for them, so you're trading one of those. And Nito definitely is not the choke point. But say if anything, 4 kings would still be the hardest. And I guess previously, yeah, gargoyles were a little bit tricky too.
Regrettably.
That was a good toe shot there by accident. Wow. You'll love to see that. Still haven't got the rebound lightning on that. Wonder if it'll happen. Maybe there's a way to make it not happen, but in the original one, like the rebound lightning was like at least, I would say 1 in like 10. I think we're around that threshold too for this one. I think we've done it like at least 10 times. It's pretty crazy. Alrighty, now Donald, be nice, please. Oh, that would have been a really good one. That could have been a cool dead angle right there. Oh, of course, the hilt hit first. That's a really weird one. Usually I dodge that mid or far. So hilt hits before even the weapon. Or even hand, actually. Dune Lad. We have to make a meme of his name. Dune Lad. Alrighty. How's the sorcery run? Haven't had much time to watch it, Cheese. It's interesting, definitely. It's really cool, though. It's definitely different enough where I learned some things that I never really had to do for a run, and some of the things will actually be really helpful in the future, I think. But for the most part, though, it's definitely, it's got its quirks, and it has some comedy as well, is the best way to put it. Nikki, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. How was your stream? Yeah, no worries, no worries. Pixie, what's up? How's it going? Anyone coming from Nikki's raid? We're trying to do a sorcery 0-hit run on this right now. So if you have any questions on how that works, do ask. And just to preface, this is supposed to be like a simplified version of a regular type of run like this. It's pretty much the exact opposite of what I'd normally do. I'm trying to make it like a little bit of a my version of it, which is usually just a little bit more hands-on and, you know, not as cheesy, if that makes sense. But there is a ton of crazy exploitative things, you could say, just purely with the damage on it. So this is the 3rd day, and we're going for some attempts on this, and then eventually my buddy will actually be learning this. I'll be teaching him it. We're gonna see how well he does it. He's never done a run like this before. Oh, was it a first playthrough, Pixie? Just before Sense Fortress. Oh, I kind of want to see, like, dude, the running Sens the first time is hilarious, man. Oh my god, that'd be really cool. Ari, welcome back. How are you doing? Just before Sens. Oh boy, what's the setup like? What's the main weapon right now? You have a fun time. I'm just thinking, like, what would be, like, if I had to guess what the hardest part of Sens would be right away? It's got to be the boulder ramp, and then the switches, like the run back from the switches and not knowing all that stuff. Well, I'm not going to spoil how that works, but just in case Nikki comes back. But yeah, that in my opinion would be the worst. and then not seeing the thing that is hard to find that is actually helpful to continue the progress in the area, we'll say. The very out of sight thing that you might accidentally stumble upon.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
The one
So
off the
the
ledge. Yeah, the
world
one
might
that
be mended.
is regarding a ledge. Yes, yes.
Squillakilla.
That in combined with the switches in the boulder, I think that's going to be the peak of it. Golem, once you find that ledge, Golem probably won't be too bad, but yeah, that's gonna be cool. Tanis, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back, man. Speaking of cool, that's a good emote. I wonder whose emote that is. Never seen it before. Also, Timmy, how are you? We do have to go back for fire bombs, but luckily we don't need any right this second. So we're gonna go grab some. Actually, the ones that in the beginning might not even be important in general. I just realized that. Because we get enough where it covers those plus like probably an extra 15 to 20 that we don't use. So yeah, that might be smarter. We're going to Griggs right away. Have I finished the routing for this? Routing for me doesn't stop ever, but like we are attempting this actively, so if that's what you're getting at, then yes, definitely. But there's always room to change things for sure. I never stop that process if it's a good idea. But I think we have well over the amount of different things we can do that will work in many different combinations, and I have an idea of what I want to stick with for everything now. Fastest completion time of this game, I actually have no idea. It's probably... oh, you know what? Actually, wait a second. No, if it's the Q's run. The last I heard, so Q had a 19:25, 19 minutes, 25 seconds. That's with like a bunch of glitches. It's on the older version of the game, but glitchless though, I'm not sure. I would imagine under an hour. But yeah, I would actually, just out of curiosity, I'm kind of curious if you guys have time to check the current glitchless one. I want to know what it is, because we'll be trying that in the future. Like, I will get back to the world record grinds for speedruns that are, you know, somewhat reasonable at some point, especially the games I haven't tried yet. But for now, we got to knock off some of the lists. no BKH. You wouldn't think you'd see me doing sorcery only. It's not actually only sorcery, but it is a sorcery run. Just to preface so you're not confused as to why I just use the dagger and all that. Yeah, this is just trying to, you know, make the route for hitless stupid easy for damage and for some of the scenarios. Be cool to see then faith incantations. Oh yeah, like I'm gonna do all that stuff. I'll do speedruns for all of them, hitless for all of them, damageless for all of them, the lowest level with applicable games that have the build still available. All that stuff in due time. It's just more like gotta go through the stuff that I want to do the most first. But this one's definitely been in mind for a very long time, so I'm excited to actually get a good run on it. I would say yesterday, like the 9 was pretty damn decent, even though the time frame was kind of slow. It's just that Seath segment was funny. Like aside from that would have been pretty good for like a original baseline with, you know, somewhat of a set plan. For 4 mistakes, that's not too bad. And even those are not really related to anything that's happened today, so it's pretty good so far. Yeah, like Jory, so the one thing that I think I'd do before even the respective hitless versions or damageless versions of the magic builds would be the speedrun marathon with no resets on a leveled character that has that type of build per game. Do the 6 game back-to-back. That'll be after the level 1 marathon though. You know what? Let's do something silly here. Oh, we don't even have the bow yet. Okay, never mind. It's gonna embarrass the hollows a little bit. Doc, I'm doing good, dude. How are you? Also, Ari, this is any percent, but we will be doing this with all content as well. That'll probably be like the celebration after the base level damageless with all content. It'll be like the wind down from it, we can call it. Because that one's gonna be wild, just I can already tell. Joggy Taurus Demon. Franta, actually, so it's the opposite. Having people think it's sorcery only with it not being in the title would be an advantage, right? That's technically like a it's a self-imposed from you guys engagement farm that helps me that I actually still titled correctly. So like it would actually be the opposite. Anything that makes people try to be like the actually guy is better. So it's usually like a little bit of like an unorthodox thing. That's why people like they'll even, I don't do this at all, but people will literally like they have businesses with products. They'll get real people to create arguments with people in comment sections or try to like say the product sucks or whatever, even though like they're actually paid by the brand to do it. And there's people hired by big companies that I know of that go on forums for like websites that a lot of people use and stuff, and they do that, and they're paid to troll specifically. And then there's people that will just buy bots to do that, and they'll mix in some real people, and then you get way more engagement on like those kind of posts. But that's just a classic thing from like even earlier times in social media for a lot of like people that can justify it. It's like a extension of the advertising budget, and it really works. I mean, even like think of just the platforms like Twitter and Facebook with all the bots on it. Like you're usually probably talking to someone that's not real anyways, or what people are saying they don't even mean. They're just doing it to do it, right?
Thank you kindly.
So that's really the challenge of information these days. But with my stuff, if you guys were like, hey, like it's not sorcery only, but the title never said that, like I don't see a problem.
Hey.
Probably would only help, and then it would be funny to see the people that already knew that it didn't say that, because it would create a two-way situation. There'd be someone to correct them that doesn't realize they don't need to correct them either, and then that's two more things. So pro tip, if you want to do something that's similar, or again, there's a little bit of like details to the thing you're presenting, like definitely think of it that way, especially if you're presenting it accurately anyways. I'm gonna get the boulders as well. Okay. Good old boulder. So on this part, we have other options too. We can actually just run back for the key. That is totally fine too. So we'll use a homeward bone there. Nerd farming. Well, it's not even necessarily that like anyone commenting that is in the wrong or anything. It's like it's perfectly normal stuff, but it's kind of like if you look at any kind of marketing campaigns, advertising, whatever, there's no need to like encompass certain things. Like there's a little bit of like any kind of mystery, controversy, anything like that that isn't even necessarily intended but could be created from different perspectives is always a bonus. And that's why even like, unfortunately in journalism, it goes the opposite direction where they actually just make fake things or say something that never happened to get any kind of engagement, which is problematic because especially in written things too, you're not seeing like video proof or any kind of like real stuff. So I think especially with game journalism there's been a lot of farming for that kind of stuff, which ultimately sucks, but is a thing. Like the dude that said the Cuphead tutorial thing, like that's not real in my opinion. I think that was completely a farm and it worked because we're still talking about it. Rhoda, it's going pretty good. We're just starting this one. This'll be the one we'll continue for sure. Would it not be no more? Okay, sorry. Worked on you. There you go. Right. Psycho Ocelot, welcome back as well. And then Dream Theater and Opeth's new album. So yeah, I heard, like, I saw a little bit of the interview with Portnoy about their new stuff, and I don't know if he was playing part of one of the new songs. I haven't even listened to a full one yet. So if you want to give me a link, definitely do that. Or maybe your favorite song from it. Then Opeth, I never actually listened to their discography. There was just one album that was like more, I don't want to say it was acoustic, but I think it had some acoustic songs. It was more chill. That was the one that I enjoyed, and then there are other stuff from, I think it was an album before that or whatever, I wasn't as into, but like I just haven't really listened to them enough, I don't think. Is that like like Isaac thinking with that one? Isaac's sad, but he's thinking. I forgot you could do those modifications to the emotes, man. You rarely see people do them. When it was a little newer, I saw people spamming it a bit, and then for a while it wasn't used. Change the strat up if you get Black Knight Halberd. No, this is just a sorcery run, so the goal is to do the damage with magic primarily. And all the stats are going into intelligence and a little bit into attunement, and that's it. There's nothing else that's touched at all. You have 8.2 thousand points for the channel points. I wonder what the highest one is, because we didn't actually have that running for a long time. I did them a little bit in the beginning, and then the highlighted messages were making it really hard to see other things that would have been good to read, because the actual box size around it pushed off like multiple messages, and then I couldn't think of anything that would have been good for using them for. But now we have the bets that are a little bit more uniform built into the chat API, where it actually shows the notification of it instead of the bot just showing a message. So I think that versus the bot betting system and all that, that's a little bit more catchy. So we're definitely gonna do more of those for sure. But for a while I was like, I don't really know many things that would even make sense to break away from doing something like this during that time where you guys could redeem it and it made, you know, some sort of better experience. Usually the people that are doing that, they would be able to stop what they're doing at any time and there's no risk of anything. So essentially, just based on the content, I was like, I don't think we can like add actual good incentives for them yet, unless it's just bets. It'd have to be on a day where it's like, you know, I think one that someone I know had, it was like they switched the game. Like if you would redeem it, they would switch to something and they'd have to do something really weird in a different game, like on the spot. They'd have to stop what they're doing. So a lot of it is like outside the even the content sometimes, or outside of the whatever game they're playing. And that would be the most fun. That would be like where you get the best redemptions, I think. $86,000 at the moment, Iguana, for the points, really? Damn, is there a way to show it like with a command that's built in?
Oh, hello.
Because I know what the bot does, but yeah, is there like if you had like Nightbot or something that's like that by default, does it show it through there? If you take damage from the fire, does it count? Yes, it does. For me, it does, for sure. I don't know if other people count that on hills. I think they would. It's one of those situations that are kind of strange. Like, that's where the hitless rules are weird, because technically it is a trap. And so, like, contraptions that have buttons that activate that shoot out of the environment, like the sends buttons, or like a ballista that an enemy might use temporarily, such as in like DS3 or something like that, those would count too. But that one, it's just existing already, so it's not actually a status. It's not, yeah, it's not a status buildup, it's not gravity, but it is a trap though. And so that was one of the things, is like any contraption or a trap specifically, like even the spike walls in DS2, that would count still. And you do get stagger from it as well.
Splendid.
Whereas status effect like water, you don't get any stagger and whatever. Anyways, this is like this is one of the things where it's like I think damageless is a little bit more concise because you don't have to explain anything other than just the one single rule, and anything you want to add to it to make it crazier doesn't even need to be mentioned. You could just interpret it or not, and it's still very easy to explain. But yeah, like, did I do no hit in any Dark Souls before? I have, yeah. This is me trying to do like an easier one and use something I've never used as a build for one before. So we want regular grate. They're heavy, perfect.
All right, that should help me.
Oh, and then trying to think here. We're doing classic Quelaag anyways, right? So that would be the next thing. I'd have to attune this, so I'd have to sit here. Milk in tuna. Damn, that sucks, dude. I hate when they do that too, man. It's like when you open an orange and it's empty, but it seemed like it was pretty heavy. Goddamn, the mouse ate it from the inside and then teleported. Morty, I'm doing good. How are you? the rat homeward bone. Unfortunately, he was born with a homeward fibula, so he just used the built-in. Can you parry in hitless run? You can parry in any of them, yeah. So parry's not a stagger or anything resulting in damage if it's perfect. If you get a partial parry, it would be a reset because you would get the hit through the parry. And the way that you would do that is it has to be that I think it's the end frame matches up with like where like the animation will be recovering, so you get any lingering damage that kind of carries over into the frames that you don't want, since the middle of the parry is where you actually get the frames on this one. I think Vegeta made a video on explaining that like pretty well as well, but yeah, partials would still count as damage because you take it through. If it's perfect, then no. Kind of like Sekiro, you know, block versus deflect, but in that you don't actually do a separate animation, so it just turns into a block. Should be really good. Really make short work of basically everything. You're so new to it. Yeah, like we were talking about like you said someone was saying, Pixie was saying that you were going through Sense Fortress soon, and I was just laughing because I'm just like, I remember that. And I think for a lot of people that's an environment that is it's challenging, but if you get through it though, you're good. You're definitely fine. I'm very curious though to I haven't seen a first playthrough on this for a long time, so I'm wondering how someone would like interpret it. Because it could go really, really well, or it could just be like, it's all dependent on what you did before that, and like the play style. For me, I like to do silly things, so I would probably get knocked off for the pendulums like way more often than anyone else, just because I would love to figure out how to do it well. But yeah, I'm not going to say anything else about the area though, unless you want to spoil it, because I'm going to be going through there after this. Could he leave home if he had a homeward bone on his body? No. It'd be impossible. Like, the other dimension that would be escaped from the orange is the only alternative, and homeward boning from there would be defaulting to that, because the orange wouldn't be a location anymore, because the person would open it and then throw out the peel, so you'd have no ability to do that. He'd be essentially soft locked. Is there no way to get Quelaag if poison was counted as a hit? Oh no, you can do it. You just have to have poison moss and then resistance to it, so you can put on different armor sets and all that. And then you take the left side instead of the right. It's pretty simple. The thing that is tricky with the poison on the build up is you do have to like get the moss very quickly out of the like when it's about to basically activate. You do have to use it right before that. There's a little bit of more leniency if you have certain characters that already have more resistance by default. If it's a no leveling run, if you're leveled, then you could just put points into resistance and probably just use armor. But the best sets that are available right before there, to my knowledge, early game, if I was to run there really soon, it probably would still require at least one moss, but it would just be more lenient based on the resistance level. And then also the set armor would probably have the most effect on it. And then like the example would be later on, if you had the gold hem set that we're about to grab right here, that's always available. The second time through, the bar actually is probably about twice the length. And so you don't even need a moss. So it really depends on when you arrive at it. Trilogy, no worries, dude. It's been slow here. Where are you? If you don't mind me asking, like not specifically like the name, but just like whatever you're doing. Also, Lilith, thank you for the good luck. Also, welcome back as well. We do have to change the segments around for Quelaag and Gargoyles now. Gotta bump them down. Okay, parts, I see. Nice, nice. How often is it busy during the week? Is it just like certain days or like kind of random? Three, two, one. Oh, maybe not yet. Wait. 3, 2, 1. Jumpy boy. Calmest DS streamer you've seen? Well, I've heard that quite a bit, but I know people that are way more chill, and actually in real life way more chill, like all across the board. So it's not actually the truth that I'm like #1 for that at all, by no means in general. It just depends on how I express certain things, and then like I'm definitely not a chill person overall. Like I can't say that. Probably more to that side, but like in many aspects, definitely not compared to some of the people I know. So it just helps a lot. You don't want to make yourself the enemy on top of all the stuff in the game, right? Got to make it simple. Frequency, boop, just keep going. All right. So let me move this now. The gargoyle split. The character's face is just looming. Go. Do you have to not roll to get hit by Ceaseless right there at the fog, or the attack doesn't reach? The attack doesn't reach, I just roll anyways. Because I've been in the wrong spot before, and so it's just, I do a lot of things that are preventative that don't actually matter when I am spacing things, just because for me, timing on things is really important. And I do try to get away with a lot of that stuff. So essentially, like you'll notice so many things that don't matter, and I'll still roll, or I'll still do something to measure the time. I'll do semicircles or like circles to count. I'll do other animations to like measure things too. It's like, it's just a smart thing. It's kind of also relevant in speedrunning in some cases. But yeah, tons of things. Like even on Quelaag, I roll most of the attacks that would never hit anyways, because it's good practice. I'm decent enough to know that it would have worked or wouldn't just based on like the actual visual, even if it is disconnected. So it's good to practice that still. It's kind of like if you were to do, like if you had an instrument, for example, with music. So on guitar, classical, one thing I would do, you know, just zone out and listen to something, watch something, and then right hand practice without left hand. You just, you basically mute all the strings, and then you just do segments of like runs with your right hand that are intricate, and then you work on the weakest fingers in unison too, but you don't want to pay too much attention to it because you want to run it for at least 20 minutes or something, at least. So you're not hearing any notes being played, and it would actually be inefficient for energy to fret the notes because then your hand has to push on it, and that's not actually what you need to work on there. So you separate it, you isolate it, and you just go through certain things. There's a lot of like little micro practices and everything you can do like that it puts the picture together at the end anyways, but it doesn't matter like overall that much, but it is that next little bit for sure. And then same to the left hand, like you could just do left hand fretting and then try to gauge how quickly you can transition between different voicings and chord shapes that are really tricky with big stretches. And don't strum, because then you're wasting energy on your right hand. So you just go boop, 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 and you just keep doing that. And that's actually more efficient than actually playing it, in my opinion. If you already can play, at least. Okay, there we go. And then Briggs Ring we weren't using on this one because we still got 3 shots either way. So, yep, 34 intelligence is what we had before. Ever rage? Oh yeah. Well, like my rage is different though. Like my rage isn't like breaking things or yelling. It's mostly just like stopping what I'm doing or like complaining about it essentially. But like this couldn't make me mad enough to actually do anything that would be considered rage by the standards I've seen from people, because I'm not emotionally attached to the game in that way. It's more of like everything's a formality, but yeah, like you try to take the victories emotionally when you get them. But for the downsides, though, it's very smart to not attach yourself emotionally to that too much, because it's not real. It's like an elective goal that I'm doing, and it's also something that it's to a huge disadvantage if I play it that way. So it's not the smartest thing. And originally, like I did get a lot more pissed off. Like for example, on the speedruns for world record, I did rage on that, but it wasn't rage like you might think. It was mainly like, okay, we're done. But I could have kept going and did better. And even my practice of how I looked at it could have been better too, so I would have got better results in half the time and would have been able to actually maintain better records constantly. So that's a framework you have to work on no matter what at some point, or you'll kind of hit a plateau regardless, because there's a mental component. That's why I said there is people actually that understand that really well. They're more chill than me that you don't know. And then outside of the game, they'd probably actually just be a more chill person regardless. So it's not the case. Like what you're saying is more of like it's a bias because you don't actually have the perspective of everything that exists. But it's not necessarily untrue though. It's just like it's not as cracked up as it seems to be in that way. And you'd also have to be here for the whole timeline of everything we've done. So there's been a progression with a lot of stuff that's been conscious from the beginning. So there's still room to actually improve on that stuff. Like all the time. There's never an end to that. I think that's always a benefit. Favorite boss fight song? As of recently, I would say either Radahn's music or Bale's music. Let's see if with the souls that we have, or the levels, if this regular Solero is good. Yeah, it does 4 damage less than the other one did, I believe. When we had the 15 intelligence, that's pretty good. Or sorry, was it 16 by default? I think it's like 15 or 16. Oh, okay. So Chandler firsts while we're here. It's funny they're not splashing over the side, but hey, you know what? We're still good. Dude, that's actually a menacing position to be in. Like, it looks like he's on the edge. We were getting the hollows from over there too. That's hilarious. Okay, we'll try the closer pillar. It's just I know that like for like actual distance, not as smart, but like you want to be a little farther. Also want to crest this pillar a bit. So I have to offset it, but then get lower. And then that hollow that already got hit might be triggered here, so just double check for that. It looks like he's just kind of looking for me up there. Let's see. Go. Taking a break from Elden Ring to do a chill playthrough of Okamin. What is Okamin? Gwyn from DS1, the Gwyn theme. Gwyn theme's amazing, yeah. Yeah, I think that the my favorite song still has to be Bloodborne Menu. Like that can't be beaten in my opinion, other than from like a different soundtrack altogether. But that's my favorite theme overall, and then the DLC themes for Elden Ring are great. You liked it so much you learned how to play a trilogy? Awesome, dude. Do you have a video of it? Or like a recording? And what was it played on? Did you do the actual plins? The real plin plans on the keys? Piano, amazing. Yeah, I would love to hear that. The actual plins, okay, cool. That's awesome. Hey, we're gonna actually do the jump here to see if we get the bigger fall. Let's see. That's the same thing. That was a pretty good distance though. Thinking of buying an Xbox to play GTA 6 because the Game Pass, considering PS5 to play Bloodborne. I'm gonna say Bloodborne, obviously. So, I mean, you're not gonna get an answer that actually calculates your interest for the other game. I don't really know much about GTA, so it's always gonna be Bloodborne if that's in the equation. So don't take that as like a, oh, that's a good recommendation. I would ask people that like both equally. But is GTA 6 even released yet? I thought that was coming out like later. Like what you could do, this is actually my recommendation. Find someone that you trust or like a friend or whatever and split the cost. So do 50-50 on the pass with them, and then pay them the other half of the money to borrow their copy of Bloodborne in the console as like a rental fee, and then you get to play both. If you're not looking to keep Bloodborne long term, because I think about 25 to 35 hours is good enough to beat the normal stuff first time through. So yeah, split it with someone that already owns the game and the console, and just borrow it. Or yeah, do whatever one's going to get you the most replay value in the end. They're both equal to you. And then what you can do is you could probably, I don't know how game share works specifically on Xbox, but you could also game share them the access to your Game Pass maybe to entice them. You could do it that way without having to do any kind of exchange, and then they just trade you PS5. Maybe you trade your Xbox with them if you know someone that has the console. They're also, I think they still, I don't know if game shops that are like mainstream, like GameStop is pretty much like RIP, but for the ones that are like low key, I know some of them still do console rentals too, so you could like look and see if someone's doing that. It might be worth it. But yeah, either way. Either that or buy like a scuffed copy of Bloodborne that's on some sort of marketplace. Ooh, here we go. Let's do it. Seems like good advice. Also gonna wait and see if Bloodborne emulated on PC improves. Oh, it's already pretty good. I'll tell you that much. Just get all the fixes for it that are available. And then, yeah, I would say maybe try it on that first to see how much you like it and see how it runs. But I understand wanting the console version too. It is definitely more stable, and I guess some people they have, it's like the idea with even the repros for the cartridges, and then like Nintendo's emulators that are licensed, like those little mini ones. Like I don't care about it as much, but I know people that are hardcore where they're like, they will not play that over a cartridge in the original hardware, but the cartridges themselves will outclass the cost of the actual hardware at this point. So you're paying $200, $300 for a game, and then console's about $250 used with the box that's good condition, like even a Super Nintendo. Whereas the minis are hard to find. They are still worth like about 200 or more if they're used sometimes, but yeah, like it's just everything all in one. All those games values would be thousands of dollars if you got the original ones, even loose with a decent label. So yeah, I totally understand if you're like a hardware person versus just like, can't be not the original, or it can be not the original and it's fine. Okay, from here, so then with Golem and the core, we don't need this many souls already. We can get a little bit more. With Quelaag's though, and then the other loose one, should go get Grig's ring, so you can do Golem a little bit better. You haven't beaten Elden Ring or Bloodborne trilogy? I mean, that's perfectly valid. It depends on how much time you have to put into it, right? So, I mean, if I didn't make content, Elden Ring would be something I'd probably still be playing right now for the first playthrough, if I even decided to even get into it. So, like, it's very valid that you still have incomplete things. Like, technically, the longer you do the playthrough, as long as you have like some sort of, you don't get like super rusty on what was happening in it, because it's a lot to remember and take in on the first playthrough. That's the issue. So I mean, like I would say putting in an hour every like 4 days would still let you, maybe like again once a week, 1 hour could be enough to retain the information from what you just did. But some things will be like an hour and then you'll make it through an area or two and find a bunch of stuff. Then it might be like you only get like a fraction of progress on one boss in an hour. So that's where the disconnect is a little bit harder, because if you want to push past that, you're going to need a whole lot more hours for the whole fight. So remembering those things would be a little trickier than just even exploration. But I'd say like an hour a week, you could definitely do it. And I know people that do that, and they're still chipping away at it, or they might have just completed it within 2024 or something. But like over the course of a year or two, you can do it. Just depends, I guess, on what type of stuff you want to be getting into.
All right. May we meet?
You have 50 hours in Elden Ring, you're about 3/4 of the way done. That's not bad. That's a pretty good playthrough. Okay, so Snake Man actually did get killed there. Perfect. Five playthroughs on each one for DS1, 2, and 3. Okay, so then because of that, I think you definitely could keep in the loop with Elden Ring with more breaks for sure. Because I think that guaranteed it's going to be like probably a little bit more enjoyable to be able to put in bigger blocks of time, but overall it's not necessary. Wait, also for anyone that knows this, I think that I remember something like this from way back, but it might not be, I'm remembering it properly. Can you get Avarice earlier just by chance, like on a random chance on one of these? Because I swear there was times, maybe it was because I did the distribution of these over the amount, or again, it was just something else I was thinking of, but that would be cool because technically when killing them, you do have a chance to get it sooner. It's just guaranteed once you kill all of them, right? So you think there's a chance? Yeah, I was gonna say, and then also once it appears too, like from that time, I would hope if that is true, it wouldn't undo it if you did another Lloyd's Talisman. Gotten it 4th or 5th try. Okay. So yeah, I gotta be checking that. Okay, we gotta make this the dance section here. It's even better, I think. Wait, spear actually even more. Yeah, there we go. Last chance as well, yeah. Well, I don't think it's a chance. I think it's guaranteed when you do the 7, right? Because what the game is doing is it's basically acting as if you did kill all of the mimics, or you've encountered 8 of them, right? First one counting as 1, and then the 7 things being after that. So if the drop would have been first try, you would have seen it when it opens, and then each one added is making the same situation as if you killed each one. But again, killing it is just also kind of simulating as if you opened it too without killing it. So it's like they're both the same value regardless. Like if you threw a Lloyd's Talisman at each one, the 8th one would actually still have it either way, even if you don't kill them. So it's just like, you know, you're speeding up that. So I think it has to actually be there on the 7th. I've never seen it not be. We had a man serpent that ran across here the last time. Might have been from a previous area. Sook, it always is. Actually, no, I can't say it always is, because like the last ones I definitely wouldn't have banked on that. So you are correct in that way for this one. Yeah, I think it was this manservant didn't have the boulder connect fully, and that's why. Can picture the coding for it. That's tragic. Yeah, well, they definitely wanted to give you the option to just get the item that's originally in the thing, the respective mimic anyways, right? I guess that's where boulder usually would be. Just leave it like that and it's all the same.
Go along, try and...
Good music for the run. I love this song. It's so good. Reminds me of Herbie Hancock a little bit. It's got like down, like a little bit more down tempo than the Cantaloupe Island vibes. If you've heard that. So this dude usually runs after a little bit of lightning, but I guess he's not wanted to. We might have to just wait for the de-aggro and then go a little bit closer. I guess I could also just do this. Wait, let me see. There's another option here. Yeah, it still doesn't want to. Okay, interesting. There we go. What is going on? He's trying to do floor lightning. Okay. Come on. I just wanted him to run and then get a de-aggro or get like a, you know, up the stairs shot here. That is the de-aggro there. Yep. Oh, no, still got some range. Okay. Thoughts on pistachios? They are really good. Why is the key needed? For Logan. Because we just rescued him, so we're going to grab his stuff for Anor Londo. It's funny that that animates through a solid... Oh, it doesn't actually animate on this one. It's only the ceiling. Okay. I thought it was actually going through the steps still, and I was like, that's a really weird collision map there. Oh, hello. See, I wanted this, ideally. Way easier. Double shot and he's dead. But maybe... Like, there's a couple different things we could do there. We could do melee. It's a little bit more committed. And then... Because there's not really a comparable damage output with anything we have right now or timing input that I could reference for getting the cage key on anything we've done. It's usually just, you'd have to run up Lightning Spear and knock the dude, get the second hit, but then... Yeah, I guess, like, I think that might be it. That might be it. How'd he get there? They can run. They can have running animations, but... Didn't think he came all the way up. I've killed him at the top many times, just not with this setup. So I knew that'd be a good idea. That's why I broke the things in the area to move. They're very nice when you have more horizontal space. Just that one I have had some problems on before. Can't you free him with the master key, Logan? Yeah, so I did. The thing is, though, I have to go get the magic before going in Orlando. There's no warp, so there's no way to leave the area that's more convenient than having the cage key sent down and then using it to get back up. Or I rerun everything and then calculate for all the switches that were changed based on how I positioned the lever originally, which should be a repeat of the first time now because I made sure it was in the default. Oh, no, sorry, it moves 2 more times. Sorry, my bad. No, so it would be, let's say it was facing forward, so it'd be 1, 2, it'd be out the walkway. Oh no, it'd be out the weird way. No, it would be the walkway. Yeah, so then is there a switch before that? I think, yeah, actually what we did, we might have actually fully reset it back because you'd hit 2 more switches on the way to the section where the lever is, and then they rotate the thing the whole time, right? And then the switches actually reset when you homeward. All right. So homeward from here, and then we're going to run back. You haven't heard the other song, but you hear the down tempo. Yeah, it's like, well, Herbie Hancock has a lot of like jazz related stuff, and just reminded me of a little bit of that section where the melody over the I guess the chord structure or the chord progression itself was very, very similar.
I will stay here.
Oh, dude. There we go. And we have these two as well, so might as well use those since we're actually not getting anything else in general for a little bit. And I think with Great Soul Arrow, let's should we get another copy? I'm picking up there's some extra stuff on this, so I don't think it would be like the end of the world. We'd still be able to level to 36. We could replace regular Soul Arrow with that. This run might take a couple hours. Oh wait, did Lautrec? Ooh, Lautrec killed the Firekeeper. Oh yeah, because we did reverse order. Ooh, okay, I see. That's not the end of the world, but because we're gonna get warp right after this, it's just mainly that we're gonna have to keep warping back to Firelink, and then so because reverse order, so he would get freed and then go immediately kill her, and luckily we don't actually need to use the Estus on this, so it's all good. Yeah, Saitama, I would say this run It can take anywhere from like 2.5 to 3, I would say, if we're doing it at the pace I'd imagine. I'm also kind of curious on this now if because we have Avarice already. We might as well get in there with RTSR and then run the Homing Soul Mass just in case for the cage part, just to see, because I haven't done that. There's no harm in it, it's the same thing, but it would be a bit better. But first, let's attune this stuff. This first, and then seven. What if I do? Yeah, 17's not extra attunement. Okay. It's a bit slower on the end half then. Not that it matters, just wondering. Like, I'm sure you could do it way faster, but with the way that I was planning to do it, I'm thinking like 2.5 hours for me is pretty good. Like, the only extra delay that normally I wouldn't have is that we're not doing Duke Skip. So I have to do the escape sequence, and then from there you just have to go and get Seath before Logan, go back to Archives another time, buy some of his stuff and kill him. That whole segment after Seath takes like maybe an extra 2 minutes, not even. But the escape versus Duke Skip would be probably 10 minutes at least, I would say. Like something similar to that, because you'd go right to you'd go right to the final part. So depending on how you handled it, it would be a little bit longer. Also, I got coffee grinds in my mouth. Yummy. Now, the only issue here is the Soul Mass happening early. Going on one of these guys. Which it's trying to. It's got 2 of them. That actually, oh, that works. Nice. That's really clean. Okay, so even 2 of them are enough. Maybe, I don't know if 1 would be, because we are pretty crazy with the hyper mode, but yeah, you just play that as normal anyways. Got our respawning buddy here. Dude, are you serious? We had the DS2 happen. Okay, so point blank toggle attack, not working. It's a shame, dude. Tis a shame. Gotta get better DI. Very sad, yeah. Never had that happen with this weapon. At least when we were doing the damage list with the basic character, I don't think that ever happened. Because in this game, it has really good directional influence, but apparently you can still pull a DS2, where you could be locked on. Point blank, it doesn't work. Is there a reason for no Duke Skip? So I couldn't get Logan to appear in the final spot when I did it. I compared both, and he wouldn't show up. Unless I just ran backwards into the escape sequence anyways, right? So it's kind of weird. Bow here we still need. Okay. Oh, shield. Bring that back. What if you could binocular soul arrow the roof here for a sound cue? I don't even know if they actually make the same sound effect. That'd be amazing though. Because I'd imagine you'd be doing something like that, or you would you'd probably play it where you pull these guys one at a time. Then on the vertical parts, you just get the soul arrow on them, which is actually way easier than just the alternative with melee doing that. But I wonder if the actual arrows have sound cues too. And then for this, yeah, we're just gonna chug to make sure we're good here. Do I have an offhand weapon? We don't want the bow anymore. Have I played Avowed? No. I saw a little bit about it, but almost nothing to like really know anything like really key other than it's the game from the people that made the older Elder Scrolls. Yeah, do you like it? That's an alternate way. Okay, so he did it wasn't a runoff, but it was like he swung off. Very, very weird there, but it worked. Let's get ready for the parry. Avowed is in the Blizzard launcher right next to Diablo 4 Overwatch. So I don't play Blizzard games, so that's kind of like I played Overwatch before because someone taught me how to play it just so I can get good with keyboard and mouse. It's like maybe 3 sessions of it or whatever. I did, I think it was Genji, and then when I changed to it's like the animal that's in the mech suit. Like Genji's the hardest character to play, I'm pretty sure. And then I changed to that, and I just was doing ridiculous stuff. Like it was actually a different game. It was really funny seeing the difference between the characters and that. But I imagine if you played Genji properly, it'd probably be even more fun. So that was my experience with that. And then, yeah, Blizzard, never been into Diablo, never played WoW, like seriously or anything. I played the demo and it froze on me way back, so. But yeah, Avowed, fantastic, surprising, a lot of fun, similar to Oblivion. Okay, yeah, see, the thing is, I could never really get into Elder Scrolls. Like, Oblivion, my friend beat it for me, and I just watched him play it, because it was just like, for me, it wasn't really like that fun of a game, but I did own it. I remember I got it used, and I thought it'd be cool, and it wasn't really my thing, but Skyrim I did actually complete. And I tried to complete it a second time, and I just gave up on it. But it has the best soundtrack out of anything in general. Period. Like any movie, any piece of media. My personal opinion. All right. Now, Avarice over here. So Lautrec can invade, but I don't think he can unless you're human. So we're fine on this. Since he did kill the Firekeeper, who would do like the invasion with the 2 summons. WoW has you in a chokehold. I don't blame you, man. It's like one of those things where even the subscription model, having to pay like to play the game itself, probably keeps you in there. Versus like just owning it and then playing it. But it's also like the incentive structure for MMOs is predicated a lot on how to like give the dopamine cycles very, very particular instances where you'll just keep on it longer, kind of like gambling and kind of like like social media newsfeed or something like that. Like it's the exact, like the psychologists that are paid millions to try to impose that, they probably could learn a thing from the MMOs. And the bad ones obviously don't have as good of structure for that, good of gameplay, but that's a huge thing with it, is like it's got to feel like it's just enough of a struggle, but they got to give you like the crumbs, right? Always thought Skyrim was pretty overrated, but you liked it. You never had the same experience as people say. Like it's one of the greatest games of all time. I could see why it would be considered the greatest game of all time to someone that's into, you know, an experience where you could make it a lot of different things. And so, yeah, same thing. Like it's just, it's definitely clear why it's cool. I think it was a big achievement for them too. It definitely brought it more mainstream. Definitely, like even just versus Oblivion and all that. Idea. Giant. That was a smoke. Okay, so another Ornstein here. A little delay to go over here. Second attack, please. Never. Why? Oh, wow. That was actually better than before. We are cranking it up a notch. Forgot what happens if you kill Smough first. You just get the reverse. You get Ornstein, but he's a little bit bigger. Issue with big Ornstein's mainly that his animations don't actually happen properly. So he does things where it looks like he's frozen. And then the actual like damage step of the attack will immediately happen, but there'll be no actual initial frames on it. It's a little bit similar to the glitch dash, but it happens with like neutral attacks and stuff, from what I remember. And then he can still glitch dash. He has also a butt slam added with lightning, I believe, kind of similar to Smough. And then his sweet spot's just right underneath where the spear is. But I mean, for me, like, you get Leo Ring, which could be really, really good if you're actually going to use that on this. But there's never been anything I've done where I'm like, yeah, maybe we'll try it for the damageless, the base level. If somehow I can justify it just for the fun of it, see how it is, and if I can pull it off, might be able to actually use Leo Ring for that one. Just bully them? Yeah, like that was still a pretty sweaty fight. Like they've been giving me bad RNG. The slow walk up RNG we got once, and then Smough not moving as fast for majority of the fight. I don't know if it's happened the whole fight. Yeah, but we got some things that were like less fortunate if you had to compare them. Okay, so 46 and right to Sif. Let's do it. Unga Bunga. It's not even Unga Bunga, it's Ooga Booga. I think there'll be a blindfolded run of this game. I'm pretty sure it's already been done multiple times, as far as I can recall. Like Lobos did the co-pilot one in the style that me and Cheese did, except for I don't think the co-pilot actually played. Like it wasn't a pass off. It was just he was getting the environmental instructions and then playing. And then I would imagine like other people that I couldn't even account for tried blindfolded on this at least, because blindfolded's like not as unpopular anymore. It's just that like you can't, like by yourself, there'd be no reliable way for like echolocation or anything, in my opinion. Like you can hit objects, but even hitting like that sound effect wouldn't tell you where you are really. So the way that you would do single blindfolded, you'd have to actually count the, you'd have to have measurable movement steps, and then you'd have to count every time you'd hit a wall and go over it over and over in like very small sections to plan out exactly what it is. And you'd have to have timers on things too, where you count time that you can't see, that's just rough off the top of your head. That's the only way I could think you'd begin to be able to navigate. And then to plan that whole thing out would take a while, because all the places you can fall and stuff. And then so the build would probably have to be like really, really tanky too. But other than that, also, yo, we need Andre's crest, man. Let's go get Andre. But yeah, like I've seen people like plan out blindfolded solo in ways where that's like the only viable thing really you can do. But not on this game. And also, yeah, if I were to do it, I wouldn't even go for it just because of the discrepancies in between that process. So if you made a really good system, the map on this is just not great for that. Like there's other games that would have like a more open map. Like even DS2, I think you'd have a better time.
I'll be seeing you.
I think there was a dude though that was actually like, he wasn't sighted, like he couldn't see, and he beat it with a piano, I'm pretty sure. But like he's just like, he didn't do blindfolded, he just was not at the use of his eyes. So I heard about that one.
Well,
Bubsy's blindfold run was cool using wrong warp. Oh yeah, you could do wrong warp as well. That's a good point. So you'd probably want to do something similar to like the lowest percent route with safe strats, and then just use the skips. That's definitely pretty valid too. Just ruin Christmas. Is the Titanite demon actually Santa? Y'all ever Oonga Boonga when you should have Unga Bunga'd? Oh man, I've Bonka Chonka'd when I've actually should have Swoogity Swiggitied. And the Ooga Booga wasn't even Bunga's, the Unga. Like that's a pretty common thing in this, right? How does sorcery charges work? Can you replenish them? They replenish every time you rest. And there's no item to replenish them in this, but you can double the castings with a ring that you get from Dusk, and then it cuts your health down to half. Character's like, stop. Never realized how broken magic is in this one. It's mainly the combination of red Tearstone as well, right? It already is pretty good, but then when you use the 50% bonus, and then there's also an item that's basically the strength of regular red Tearstone in DS2 and 3. On top of that, you could get that would be another 20%, so you get 70%. And I figured for this one, we actually really don't need it. There's nothing that we're getting close on where it's like, yeah, that would be a huge bonus, at least yet. But it is an option if you want to go and do the Hydra, do Dusk quest line, get the Golem freer, you know. I think you have to kill her after that too, which would be set up for the DLC. So in the DLC run, we actually have to get that no matter what. There'd be no way to not get it. And it would be huge for that because there's a lot of fights that would be taking way longer. And then you got Dark Beat access, you got Pursuers, which I'm not even sure if that's even relevant, but there's that. And then, yeah, with Tin Crystallization Catalyst and the hard cap of magic, you're good. Okay, what I'm going to do something a little bit sketchy, I think. Should I? Yes. Okay. I'm going to go to the washroom really quickly. I know I'll be here in the right time. I just got to walk behind this door. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 2 seconds. Ooh. Yeah, we're good. No, that was a slow wash and break. I could have gone way faster. Anyways. Go. I also didn't start at full health. I could have chugged to make it a little bit more lenient, but I had a very strong feeling it would be fine. So I've done that before. But I'm pretty sure Hob is the one that's known for like the death on Avarice, even while present, more than I've done it. So I was like, don't pull that. Don't do that. Alright, good Sif. And then Lord Vessel. You die with Avarice before playing? When you're playing? Forgot to drain health, just fell over and was confused. Yeah, it's the worst if you actually are doing something like this and then that happens, but I was like, I'm gonna be fine, don't worry. Like if it came down to it before I even sat down, I could have just like taken it off, just grabbed the controller, it was still tabbed in and everything. Finesse, not too much, man. We're trying to get a solid run on this. Or sorcery hitless. This is the third day, so I was hoping to get it this week. I think we definitely have a good chance. Just gotta go wild on the final day if we don't get it. But all this stuff right now is very, very good. I think that just the adjustment I would have made was I would have done that serpent with the spear and rushed the like the cobra on the cage key in trade for what we actually ended up doing, just for the time's sake. And it probably would have been a bit better because I've done it before. It's not ideal because it doesn't kill him that fast. It's also not in the spirit of filthy magic using. But yeah, what's the PB? The best I got on this one right now is 9. But it's not really an actual 9. I'd say it's more like a 4.
You sorry fool.
Give or take where you want to, but yeah, a lot of the stuff on Seath was whatever. YouTube chat's the best. Is it? You enjoy it? Alrighty. Offer. Oh, wait, no, not yet. Just placing it, that's it. Napalm, also welcome, dude. It's good to see it. Finesse, you believe? I believe too. I definitely do. Oh, and also slumbering here before we even go to Pinwheel is also a good idea. So this is where, like, I think the homeward would still send me to Forest, right? Because we don't have access to Firelink now, but we can go there by warp, but we can't actually sit there. Oh, it's Lord Vessel instead, yeah. Wasn't sure if that one was going to count. Okay, so we got one more Sens run. Most chill streamer, you think so? Okay, well, when there's a competitor that you find for that aspect, then let me know, and we're gonna actually. I want to give you the comparison, the tier lists, because I feel like there's definitely so many people I know that are way more chill, way more chill. But yeah, for now, we'll take it. Oh, yeah, that one we have to go up first. It's a cage match. It's a chill off. Yeah. No, I'm genuinely curious because I think that it can seem like that, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay, so yeah, that's good. We got the ring. Now back to Pinwheel. Then there's nothing really to reconsider there other than just the one skeleton through the wall. We can go with a soul mass and then also a regular great soul arrow, just to try to speed up the process of despawning him so we can run to the bonfire, then recast soul mass immediately if it's not still active. Take at least one or two of them in there for the necromancer, and it should be great. I'm thinking, well, with fall damage, technically we don't want full RTSR. Could do a partial setup, but I think that just slumbering would be a good idea. And trade for RTSR. Oh, they're trying to hit the head floaties. I see. Oh. Yeah, a little bit sloppy on that one. I should have done the running attack anyways if he didn't immediately do anything. But it is a little hasty though, so like it's a pretty good adjustment though. I think should have waited for another one and then killed the skeleton. I was thinking more of the skeleton timer here, and we went on the wrong side, so that was the only mistake there. But Yeah. Heard of this obscure indie game called Elden Ring? On the lookout? Oh, yeah, for sure. Or sorry, on the outlook. That's what it is. 100%, dude. It's just about as fun as that one interactive visual novel called Bloodborne. Wait, no, we want offhand. There we go. That's funny that like they don't actually fully kill the skeletons there. They seem stronger than the necromancer is. Okay, we got a glitchy bone meal stuck in the wall, which I've seen a couple times. Still worked. That's actually a little bit easier. This again, we don't need red tearstone. It's quite overkill on this one, but we're gonna use it. Will we get another shield? Oh, I didn't even get to check. I don't think that either of them dropped anything. All right, so you just want a little bit more for the avarice, and then good with that. Then Catalyst main hand would be better. Roll recovery perfect. Mill overhead. Wow, okay. So gotta be a little later on the shot for Pinwheel, but still good. Not that psyched for Night Rain, Kook. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everybody. I think the whole point is that, you know, you got a lot of like third-party appeal that people, you know, might have not gotten into this game from. They'd be like, oh yeah, that one might be the one to try. That like multiplayer stuff, especially they like the time kind of cycle thing where you have to have this circle. And then you have the people that just love Elden Ring, love all the callbacks. The people that won't play it. But like, those people still might play the other games, so they're just covering a larger basis there. My personal opinion. I think it's a cool idea. here. Yeah, we got that. Perfect. A little bit more time efficient. And then also on the fall down, they cannot fall now. There's a very low chance they'll even get close if they do. By the time I'm down here. None of those things alerted anybody. Pinwheel would be a fun boss fight if it had triple health. The clones were more aggressive. I agree with that for sure. The thing that's funny with Pinwheel is like the lore on it's one of the most interesting things in the game, but like it doesn't really even give you a lot of like ideas of that at all. Like there's no build up to that at all. And so I wouldn't even mind him being just as easy, but they actually make the storyline more obvious. Alrighty, now we go back to Firelink. Trade Skull Lantern. Ooh, and Nito. Nito should be a bit better this time too, I think. I think we're a little bit ahead on the levels. Bloodborne Porter sequel would complete you, Napalm. If there was anything to make a sequel from, or even like just something that's a successor of it, that's the one that has so much openness with the storyline, right? Because the dream structure of Gurman's Nightmare, yours, the Great Ones, all that stuff, and then also as like a predecessor of it or like a prequel, there's a lot more room there, right? Because some of the games they establish the conflict very clearly, even in the intro. Bloodborne doesn't have like a clear conclusion or conclusive conflict that takes the main stage there. It's just basically like, yeah, this is this right now, and then time is so layered and just like, you know, all over the place. It's actually really good to go off of, in my opinion, in comparison to something like Sekiro or this at the point that they got to DS3. Enough magic for solo Four Kings? No, not for solo Four Kings. No, definitely not. I think if I did hit their hitbox as they are fading, I think I could do 2. So if I'm really close, I'm going to give that a shot and see. It should work no problem, but I think I could get at least 2.
Give me soft.
How many times do you have to run through TOTG? Yeah, what is
You.
Oh, Tomb of Giants. How many times do I have to run through it? I don't know. I mean, for me, like the thing is, this is also something that, again, like really helps with like competition with these things. I've talked about it a lot. Like I like to simulate every possibility of like things that wouldn't be ideal sometimes, because then I can actually reference them as game sense. So like I'll do things that are stupid on purpose, like even though like you could consider it like useless, and then like later it actually does help. And so to improvise on this kind of run is like not even close to as sketchy as like I've seen most people that are like a little bit more regimented on it. And then when I go in a tournament against them, they'll literally lose by the fact that their method didn't work. But for me, like I don't have to use the method to have other things I could do in the games I played a lot, for sure. So for Tomb of Giants, like one of the most appealing things by default was running through it without any kind of light source and being very quick, because it's actually easier to just be quick on it. And that's actually the case for Sense. It's much easier to be quick. Like if you're slower on it, it multiplies the chances of you having a problem, and then there's way more actual involvement you have to have constantly. So you could make it feel safer, and I could learn. I mean, I've done all the things you can imagine with like Sense carefully with a regular weapon and a bow and just casual stuff, but by no like comparison, I think that or like if you make any comparison, the way that I do it for me, like if I even wrote it out, it would be way better. Just for me personally. So Tomb of Giants, I couldn't tell you how many times, but there's already an interest for that immediately. Like right away is like, okay, that's the final version of it, and then we'll do every other thing that's kind of like that too, and then go with whatever is like the most efficient in every category. And sometimes, again, it's not like super ideal to in the practice part of it, you know, it makes it a little bit slower, whatever, but I think for having more fun and like actually understanding the stuff more, it's nice to like not only just do alternate methods, but even sometimes again simulate situations and see how bad they can get on purpose, like we were doing for Giant Lord. Because the camera thing, like even the best player on it, like in one of the runs he did that were insane, he was like freaking out about the camera too. So I'm like, if that's the case, then let's actually simulate that. All right, 53 intelligence. Although, with Sea Souls, actually, yeah, no, let's save this. Let's just leave it. Oh, but we got Soul of Sif and Smough, though. Actually, never mind. No, we got both of those. That is accounting for what we're going to lose here. You can kind of see why they made Pinwheel easy, though. In a first playthrough, the run back would be horrible if he was hard. Yeah, that's a good point, too. "6 hours Millennia solo." Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna read that after this. The arrow is queued, so I think that's still safe no matter what, but just in case. It's listening for it. It's actually kind of funny. I feel that like fog ring on that part actually makes it harder, because they were doing fire a little earlier and I was pretty quick there. Okay, so spear offhand, we still have it. Cool. Land with it, so if we get instant sword, that's handled as well. Okay. Eric, it's going good, dude. How are you? Okay, 6 hours on Millennia solo for the first time last night. Still stuck on her, but you're activating red feathers, so you're literally one hit the whole time. Oh, so you're doing like a hitless version. That's like the Faraz first playthrough. He always does like the hitless when the new stuff comes out, like for the boss fights. So hopefully one day Your first solo Millennia fight will also be hitless. How, like, what was the PB on it? How far did you make it? Did you get to waterfowl like the first one? Or, like, did you successfully do a waterfowl? Alrighty. Now on to again. Also, I think I missed something. Wait, give me a second. Where's my mouse? There we go. Nito, thank you for the good luck. I hope you're doing good too. If I didn't say that to you already. Midterm drain your brain power. So what, sorry, your midterm is electrical engineering, you were saying, right? Like, what's the part of it that's the most tricky for your actual, like, studies at the moment? Like, what was the part that was, you'd say the most draining on it? How come when you eat corn and chew the bits, they come out whole again? So corn doesn't get digested by the body, really. It's like the value of it is pretty much nothing. It's mainly just like an enjoyment food. There's not much value in it. That's why also, if you think of like animals that eat things too, like they usually give like corn, don't they give it to like pigs and stuff like that? So, I mean, it's definitely not something that would be regarded as like a high quality thing, but I love corn though. It's amazing. Just the body does have a hard time processing it. If that's what you're into, at least, if that's what you're getting at. I don't know if that's what you meant. Is corn a conspiracy? I think it is. I think it's like the scarecrow's safeguard. Because as long as it keeps us not processing it, we don't have to keep going back and eating it more and more. It's just more occasional, and then we don't see a scarecrow. At least a real one. Like similar to robot birds. Okay, I kind of want to get rid of these. Can we can get rid of the other one though. Just in case, because the boar, if it triggers the boar early, I don't even know if that's even a thing, but we'll do Ring of Fog running up. I think if I turn at the right time, it wouldn't be any different, but I can't face him though. We'll see. Yeah, it did hit even on an angle there, but Fog Ring's saving it a bit. Ooh, that's actually really good. 44. That helps too. Safe to say that your wisdom tooth extraction was a success. No crippling pain. Good. Good, dude. I had got really sick when mine grew in. Like, it put me out of commission for a while. I can only imagine just getting it removed. And also the stuff they'd give you, like how crazy you'd be feeling. Like, I remember there's been quite a few of you guys have come in chat right after that has happened. And I'm just like, you okay? And it's like, well, I'm feeling crazy. All right, so I'm going to give a very quick 10-second infomercial on Seath once we're in there. The following program does not include Duke Skip because we need to make Logan appear to get crystal magic in the thing when we tried Duke Skip and it didn't work before, and the original hitless rule is already imagined That was actually the rule set, so we're gonna do it the exact same way because it's actually a hitless run. It's not a damageless run. That's it. Yeah, basically, on to Logan. And for anyone that's never played this game, Seath is invincible there. You can't kill him. It's the only way by their intentions to actually make it to this part. But also, I think in what we were doing, we found that Duke Skip wasn't allowing us to get Logan. I still feel like there's a way, regardless, but yeah. That's the escape sequence here. That's how you get there. You get this cutscene, and then we homeward bone. With only 2 left, too. Wait, let me think. Because we're going to be getting some from killing things. I think that's enough for the rest of the game. If we do the 1 here, and then Seath, we don't need 1. But if the bonfire glitches on Seath, that's where we have some problems. So I might actually... I'm going to manually run back on this one, I think. Because there is a small chance the bonfire doesn't work on Seath after you kill him, and it's really annoying. Why is he being slow? Okay, what? Can we make... Oh, he didn't die. Oh, because bellowing. It doesn't even knock off either. Okay, we'll just reset that. That's also why he's being weird. Slumbering was on. Okay. Is this a deathless run? Pff, definitely. Well, actually, technically, like, under the regular deathless rules, this is still technically deathless if you wanted to call it that, like the original rule set for it. You're going by developer intended gameplay. But I don't know about that. It feels so weird doing this part still. I mean, I definitely have done it before, but it's still very strange. Okay, so the alarm's off, and then we got Squidbillies down there. Kale, how are you doing, man? Does Logan not show up if you do Duke Skip? There is a way to make him. The only way I found, though, particularly was you go and do Duke Skip, then you run back to this part anyways, which actually is worse than just doing it, in my opinion. So that was the way we forced him to still come over here. But there's so many weird gaps in between because you usually rescue him from this part, which we didn't do, and you don't need to. If Seath is killed, so they made a condition when Seath is killed, he frees himself. But then at the same time, he's also hollow and alive in the same area. So like you could go, and this is just like the normal way they programmed it, right? You literally go into Seath's first encounter arena seamlessly without even resetting the bonfire, and Logan will be there, but he'll also be alive and not hollow on the floor. And then you could just kill him and get the stuff you would have gotten from going there, like with intended gameplay regardless. So the quest line, like the way they did the world, like the way the areas connect and everything, plus like the NPCs changing positions, sometimes gets to a point where it's like kind of funny. Because even technically in Sens, you know, he was in Firelink, but we freed him. But then he was still in the cage too, right? So if you don't do enough dialogue, it doesn't actually trigger him disappearing from one spot. He's in 2 places at the same time though. So with this one, I'm actually curious if the other Man Serpent likes this shot right here. Yep, there we go. You can see the shadow. And he just goes right for it. Sweet. Vance, it's going good, dude. How are you? How have you been? Gums are a mystery. How do they work? Oh, like actual gum tissue? It's just, it's one of the things that should be left for discovery and adventure, right? So no homeward bone here. We're not going to do that. Numbed part of the area, but not where the root was. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Crystal Lizard left on scene. left on unread. Oh boy. Okay, so we don't need the bow for this part until when we're in the safe spot for the Chandler. So I'll keep the spear anyways, and then go main hand for this, Grass Crest Shield for the running. Soul Mass. It's funny that that one still doesn't even trigger. Like, even if I'm there. No lock. Worse. We're still good. But, no, we still need the 2 Soul Spears. Doing your return as you speak. How's it going so far? Like, we gotta, like, trail this one, like, as close as we possibly can to get the top shot. And then, yeah, we don't want to waste more than 2 of these. I don't know if this guy could turn around, though. Like, this part's so weird, because the one time we were on this, he went into where the cage was. Like, there's something that tells me that they're gonna literally turn. It might not be true, but yeah, I don't know. Okay. So red Tearstone right here. Never understood the man serpents. Why do they sprint to the door? Basically, it's part of the sequence when the actual alarm is pulled. So I don't know if in the cutscene if it shows them running too, but as soon as the alarm's active, they run. And then after that, even if you turn it off, they just are scripted to go here to guard the door so you can't escape. They're basically the guards. And then the one that you kill that has the key is the 3rd one. So they're just set up in like the sequence as the gatekeepers of the area. But again, like, I don't know why one of them turned into there, then ran back out, because it's like it wants to aggro, but then it doesn't, though. Like, it's overwritten by the pathing. So that's something very weird, but only because it went into the enclosed area there. And I'm not sure how much farther from that situation you could go. We'd have to just sit there and like try to do sound cues and like maybe even hit them with something random. But dude, even hitting them made them still keep running sometimes. Okay, do we got ladder action for you? Yes, we do. How will you destroy Seath's crystal with the bow? I just walk up to it and punch it on this one, or you can do a catalyst bash. But essentially, like, I was doing it where I was waiting for him to get really close so I could use the stagger animation to get more damage, and then the placement it gave me after, it was good for a couple times, but then I realized, I'm like, I think I want more space on it. Stuff, cool. Just make sure this guy doesn't want aggro by default, but let's see if a firebomb changes that one. Also, we could do offhand. Go to aim on this one. Or, oh wait, you can't, can you? Yeah, you can, you have to attack though. No. There's no button to switch to that, other than just attack. I don't think it matters. All right. It's funny, we want Chandler Diagro, but we can't. He's too far to spawn in as a character model, but his attack does, though. And then because the double timer, like there's 2 different timers, so I actually have to count a little bit. That should be the Diagro right there. Okay, that's really funny, though. Like, there's not much stuff that actually, like, doesn't have draw distance like that. Like, that's actually really weird, but yeah. Okay. Let me peekaboo. Other Chandlers should actually turn the corner too. At least I've gotten Tim 2 before, so I mean, it should be a bit safer. This is a new PB from yesterday. Yeah, so far this is great, but the PB before wasn't really a reflection of how well I could do it. Like I said, we were kind of screwing around with stuff, and like I wasn't really on like a final decision of everything. And then there was even developments with Gargoyles today and everything. So one of those deals. It's funny that Chandler doesn't want to turn because we don't have anything for like obscuring sound or visual. The Chandler's using Soul Arrow. I don't know. It kind of looks like a heavy Soul Arrow because it has the swirl. So I would imagine regular and heavy, and that's the 2 different timings there. Like, I haven't really paid attention to the effect on the small one because in the remaster they actually added so many particle effects that weren't there before, and I bet you in the original it looks a bit different. So good question there. But yeah, I'd imagine regular Soul Arrow and the heavy one. What hit on ONS? You had to stop listening for the stream for a bit. It wasn't on ONS. It was actually technically on Iron Golem segment, but at that time, I guess we had split to ONS already because I'd already left Sens beat Golem, but like technically we still go through Sens one more time. And on the final time, I did a running attack on the Boulder and then point blank running attack with lock went over his shoulder instead of or beside his like arm instead of hitting him. It's kind of like, that was like a DS2 sort of thing. In this game, typically I would never assume that would happen because everything's very accurate when you're locked in point blank. And the running attack also has depth to it. So like, I think it actually went far enough where it wouldn't have missed him in front of him. It would have went through him anyways. But yeah, just there'd be no way for me to assume that was going to happen. I was actually even more careful with it than I normally would be. But you hate to see it. And you love to know it. That's all you can do. Alrighty. And then what else? So for this one, we wanted both of these right away. We could rock it the whole time. Like I could do the Golem that's in the lower part with this. I if something does go wrong because we don't have the visual effect off, then that's sadness. Because I just don't, like, there's so many instances where fog ring actually makes it harder. Like for this guy, I understand technically either or is nice, because he'll either just go searching with fog and then be too late to actually get you out of the fog gate. And then with slumbering, I bet you he probably wouldn't even aggro if you ran a certain angle. Or he might search before he even does like an initial sprint towards you, so there's that. But yeah, here, this is like the golem I don't like with without him running towards me. ONS gave you hell on sorcery character for this game and you were doing a normal run? It depends. Yeah, it depends. Like ONS is one of those things where if you can multi-manage things or you understand the concept of creating like the pockets, then like that's amazing. I don't know if someone would be really good at that by default, because you would have to know the information to know how you could manipulate it. But even if you survive the fight enough, let's say you had like 10 Estus plus like 3 or something like that. So you got bunch of Firekeeper souls, even +2, and then you had stone set, or maybe a Tarkus's armor, and you had a good weapon, you could probably tank so much stuff that you'd be able to, like, if you could at the same time pay attention, eventually get a flow with it. But I only know one person personally that beat it first try, but he had played the other games before. The only impressive part about it, that's the most insane to me, is that he hadn't seen anything from the game. He avoided all spoilers, so he had no information on it, which was very impressive. I'd say equally as impressive as someone less experienced that does spoil everything. But I can't remember even how he did it. He didn't do a setup that was super cheesy, but I guess he was a PvP player that was pretty good though, so I think that helps. And then on this part, we were gonna just, if we kill this guy, that dude's gonna aggro most likely, so we'll do a little bit of a combination. And I'm going to just get a little further back here because I think our spot was not as great before. Actually, dude, that alone is actually pretty nice. Second. Let's move him over. Better? Yeah, no, that's solid. And then Avarice, you can chill for a second. What run are you attempting now? Only physical damage because there was a bit of fall damage? No, it's 0 hit sorcery. And then hitless runs, you take damage quite often. On purpose as well, like right now. It's mostly just you're avoiding enemy attacks and staggers. And then there's some things that are special, like traps, like contraptions, like pressure plates that shoot arrows, ballistas, the campfires, or the the trash fire in this one. That kind of stuff is counted, at least by me. Yeah, we'll switch the rings after. It's probably the closest we could be. So on that one, I might have wanted to ahead of time be a little further. But we also could shoot in this range too. It's down the middle. Perfect. Yeah, I need to be more stingy on this one. Like on this one part. There you go. That's a good Seath. I would imagine Logan would not go poorly because he's literally sitting, so there's no way. Like, if we failed Logan, that'd be crazy. Also, we got the bonfire jump. That's pretty funny. Little pogo. How many no-hit runs have you completed total? I have no idea, dude. I don't keep count of that stuff. To me, it doesn't matter. I have the channel, I have the playlist. If the videos get taken down, like, I remember. Like, the experience was enough for me. And you guys' enjoyment, but it doesn't have to be proven, and I don't have to have like a spreadsheet for them or anything. It's not a big deal. But I definitely, there's so many more things I want to do. So I think for the guides, that's what I want to keep track of more. And so it would be more valuable for me to download the guides. Or keep them like on things that you could access outside of just the channel, like maybe an actual sheet that has the URLs for that. Because there'll be a point where the command will be too big and it won't be able to fit the amount of links. So that's the only thing I was thinking of. And then if you guys ever do like let's say we hold like a straw poll or a request kind of thing, we could use this like some sort of Google sheet or some sort of thing where you can sign off on certain information or whatever to submit it so that I can see it.
Come again.
It's funny how similar Logan looks to like this thing right here, this dial. Like, did anybody ever miss him in this location even though he went in this part? I'm curious.
I failed heavens. The folly of...
You definitely missed him, yeah. I actually did find him on my first playthrough, but it was probably by accident though. Like, it was definitely not something where I was like, yeah, like I'm gonna just go and check every part of this room. I was thinking that there might be an item there, and I guess I had done what I needed to do. Beat DS3 a couple times. Currently doing a second run on DS2 and DS1. Hasn't been touched for a while. Elden Ring, you've done 3 runs total. Eric, what ones did you do on Elden Ring? I'm curious. Ooh. Oh yeah, speaking of which, right now there should be the video going up. Let me check and see. So I am gonna end the YouTube stream now, guys. Yeah, give me 1 second to handle that. We're gonna keep going on the Twitch. If you want to see more of this, come over here. And then if you want to see the latest video, it should be out right now. Just quickly make this setup so you don't get double notified. Okay. And thank you so much for everyone that was watching on the YouTube. Again, we will be just reading the Twitch chat from now on just to make it a lot easier to manage everything. So if you guys want to join on that and then also watch on the YouTube, you can definitely do that. And I'm going to be just launching a video right now. So go check it out. I'll see you guys